And we're live. Let's switch that over to live chat. Heck yeah, new stream. Hello! Hope everyone's doing well tonight.
Hey people, Such here.
Shalom, gamers.
Oh, by the way, Creetosis, I'm basically through. I only have 2 dungeons left I need to check in the entire game of Skyrim, and then I'll have every single dungeon with puzzles in it.
Holy shit!
Yep.
Wow, you you did that fast!
Well, I did a stream the other day of 3 hours of just running through every single dungeon. Well, every single Nord dungeon, because there are some obvious, like, they'll never be in towers or anything like that.
Yeah, the Imperial Towers, I don't think they have any puzzles, do they?
No.
The legend continues with the 3 furries. I'm not a furry! God damn it! But thank you for coming out to the stream, it's appreciated.
Asking how are we all doing?
Not too bad, except I just fucked up Albert's edition at the last minute. I was practicing off stream, I got fairly good at it. God.
I'm doing pretty good. I've been recording all the voice lines for the Aliens Fireteam Elite script, and that's gone horribly, because, yeah. So hopefully get that finished. I'm definitely not finishing the video by this weekend. I was hoping I could get through it, but I'm having so many troubles recording all these voice lines. I like the aesthetics of the Dwemer ruins way more than the Draugr, than the Nordic ruins, but
Oh yeah, for sure.
I just don't like fighting the enemies in the Dwemer ruins.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is just nostalgia or not, but I prefer the Morrowind Dwemer ruins compared to the Skyrim ones.
Yeah. I had a weird dream last night that I got to rewrite how the Elder Scrolls lore was gonna go.
Oh.
And I said, the game is set in Blackmarsh. Akatosh, Sithis, and the Hist all come together and decide that the world needs to be reset. So Alduin is released again. Only this time to literally destroy. Sithis begins opening the void to destroy the world, and the Hist send out the signal to transform the Argonians and everything to start, like, killing everybody. Basically, so that they can reset the world back to fix all the dragon breaks that happen. I said, it was a weird fucking dream.
Hey, this is late, but congrats on 8K. Thank you! I never even thought I'd reach 1,000 fucking subscribers. Reaching 8K? Holy shit. It's very much appreciated, everyone.
Yeah. Oh, I found a puzzle that's more insulting than the picture matching puzzle, by the way.
Oh no.
And I labeled it as kind of because it's picture matching, but it's a choice between, do you pick the snake, do you pick the whale? And above the door is the whale icon.
Okay.
Like, I literally mean, it's a 50-50. Do you pick the snake or do you pick the whale? And the whale is above the door. Both of the pillars are in view of the door. I'm like, who the hell would fall for that? Who the hell gets this wrong? Like, how? If you pick the snake, you get poison darts. You pick the whale, like is on the fucking door right next to it, you open the door. And I'm just like, are you... What the fuck? Morrowind had a lot of variety.
Oh yeah, a lot.
Like, the meme is for Skyrim, it's Draugr and spheres. Draugr and spheres, Draugr and spheres. That's all you're ever going to be doing. Because of just how many times you go into a Dwemer ruin or a Nordic ruin.
Also Falmer. I encountered a lot of Falmer because they're basically in every Dwemer ruin.
That's fair. But I'm just saying kind of what the meme is.
Yeah.
Oblivion, yeah, the meme is undead. Undead and liches. For Morrowind, there's just tons of them.
Oh yeah, there's enough enemy variety in Morrowind that there isn't one that stands out as being too common, you know?
Yeah. I'd say, I guess the big meme for Morrowind is obviously the Cliff Racer.
Yeah.
It's not tuned correctly. But other than that, there's not really like if I go into this dungeon, I don't know if it's going to be undead or bandits or if it's going to be Daedric worshippers or Daedra themselves. I don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, you do if you played already, but yeah. It's not one of those where, oh, it's a Dwemer ruin, it's obviously going to be Dwemer only. Well, not all the time, actually.
When can you talk about what's wrong with Halo 2? Halo 2 I love, but was rushed.
Halo 2 has a crazy development story.
Yeah, I heard about that. Like, they had to throw everything out, like, 2 or 3 years worth of development, and the Halo 2 we got was made in, like, a year?
Yeah.
Oh.
They were at the end of it, and then they started playing through the game again, because they had been so focused down in the trenches working on it. They then played through the game that they had, and they're like, this is bad. This does not work. It's terrible. It's absolutely shit. So they literally scraped everything off, and they reused what they could, but they redid Halo in basically a year. And it's crazy, and they tried to do the E3 trailer they showed for Halo 2. They tried. Speaking of, man, that trailer for Halo 2 was so fucking good.
Where are the other Legend of Dragoon streams, like from this week? They're unlisted. I unlist the game streams once they're done, and I'm planning on re-uploading them to the stream re-upload channel. I'm slacking super fucking hard on that. Sorry.
Do you think it's funny that the only Halo killer was Halo itself? No, Call of Duty destroyed Halo. Like, Halo was the big thing, and then Modern Warfare came along, and then it never looked back. Halo 2 is the Halo 2 of its generation. Yeah, basically.
Halo 2 is actually my first Halo game. I need to stream the Halo games at some point from the Master Chief Collection.
Yeah, it's just a shame that the Master Chief Collection's kind of, oof.
Bad ports?
And they retcon stuff in, which is annoying. Like,
I didn't know that.
They added they added stuff to the and they added stuff to Halo 3 to make it so that humanity wasn't actually the Forerunners, even though it was pretty blatantly fucking obvious they were the Forerunners.
Okay, so I didn't know any of that about this.
They wanted it to fit with Halo 4 and 5, and Halo 4 and 5 are fucking disasters.
Yeah, but like going back, see, this is kind of what I hate about not owning physical copies of stuff. That our games are at the mercy of the developers going back and changing shit in older games because it's inconvenient to their current story.
Yeah. Maybe that's why I had that weird dream about Elder Scrolls and like fixing everything by having a cycle actually end and everything starting over, so everything can be more consistent. For God's sake. It is. Retcon is the scariest word to hear in fiction. It sucks.
It can be used as a useful tool to correct genuine mistakes and like plot holes from previous entries. But
like Rogue One did. Shame about the rest of the movie Rogue One, but it at least explained where the fuck the Death Star had a weakness. It's because it was intentionally put there as sabotage. It's like, okay, I like that actually. That's kind of nice.
Yeah. God.
Y'all heard about the KOTOR remake is being rewritten to bring it up to modern sensibilities by an SJW writer? Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I heard about that.
That's what I'm focusing on the most lately is that. Oh my god.
The same writer that says, if you think, how dare you think that Rey is a Mary Sue? Haha, you're all just toxic men.
You just hate women. Just say it. Why don't you just admit that you just hate women?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I do plan on streaming the KOTOR games at some point. As for the remake, probably not, but we'll see how it goes.
I think Fringy is going to do the original KOTOR and then do the remake beside it to see just how much they fuck around. I have this unfortunate feeling that Bastila is suddenly going to become the hero of the entire thing.
Oh.
I'm going to be so fucking annoyed.
Well, she's already pretty fucking strong in the original game. If they change...
She is, but she's evil. And I have a feeling they're going to make it to where, no, she's actually super secretly a good guy. It's like, please don't.
Yeah, I have big concern right now.
Yeah, because this is the same woman who has woke cultured so many different things and actually destroyed so many different genres and movies. It's like, how do you keep getting work? And her Twitter is absolutely horrible. Any thoughts on Matrix 4? When I heard them say that the Matrix was about transitioning, I was like, yeah, okay, I'm done.
Yeah,
I haven't gone any further.
That message didn't come through fucking at all to me. That seems like something they came up with after the fact, if I'm gonna be honest. Also, just for anyone paying attention to the game, my inventory was full, so I threw away a couple mine purifiers. I got another fucking mine purifier.
Yeah. That isn't that she can't be a good guy because she's a girl. That's not what it is. But still, Bastila in KOTOR 1 falls to the dark side. No matter what you do, she becomes a Sith, and she fully embraces it.
Can't you bring her back?
No, you can either kill her to stop her battle meditate from being used against the Republic, or join her or force her to come to your side if you're a Sith.
Huh.
Actually, you know what? I shouldn't make a definitive statement that you can't bring her back, but I never remember being able to actually, like, pull her back from the dark side. I always remember her having to fight her.
It's been a very long time since I've really played through it, but I thought you could. But I could be misremembering. That's more than possible.
Yeah, the only times I remember, actually, like, getting her on my side is when I was a Sith playthrough. Spoiler, motherfucker, this is an old game. You don't get to call spoilers for shit like that.
Yeah, sorry, but it is a super old game. What the fuck is a mine purifier? The Bible? No, it clears up status effects on characters that affect the mind, like confusion and fear.
Why can't AAA/AA Studios remake games like Crowbar Collective did? Because Crowbar Collective was a mod team doing it purely out of passion without any chance of getting money or anything for it at all, until Valve saw how good their work was and said, no, you guys absolutely deserve to get paid for this.
Oh, fucker just murdered Albert.
What do you think of the Warhammer 40k Chaos Gods? I am Zinch all the way. What about you two? You two know anything about 40k?
The only thing I know about 40k is when Gadget bitches about the prices, which, to be fair, some of those prices do seem a little bit fucking insane.
Oh, they are. And Games Workshop is trying to kill its fan base now so they can have more mass market appeal. They're actually trying to make 40K less grimdark and make it a children's show so that they can break into the children's market. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
That's retarded.
It is. Spoilers don't have a time limit, asshole. They fucking do when the thing's been out for over 2 decades.
Oh yeah, that reminds me what I've been meaning to say. Kept forgetting. Knights of the Old Republic 1 is the first game I've ever pulled an all-nighter on.
Wait, fine. It's almost been 2 decades.
Did you say anything after it's almost been... Oh. Say something? Shit. Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
You okay?
I opened up the volume mixer. It seems to fuck with Discord for some reason. But I was just turning the game down a tad, and, you went dead.
Fair.
Last thing I heard was,
Well, what I was saying was it's been out for 18 years. You don't get to call spoilers don't have an end date. It's 18 years. If you didn't get off your ass and play it within that time frame, I'm sorry.
Well, I think it depends on how obscure something is, too. Like, something from, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 6 was spoiled for me a few years ago, which pissed me the fuck off, because the anime was only at, like, Part 4 at the time. So it's like, oh, thanks for the fucking spoiler, but it's like...
That's when it's not been released in... If it hasn't been released in your country yet or anything...
Well, the manga is out, but I never read, comics or manga, really. I shouldn't say never,
Yeah,
very,
fair.
very rarely. But it's still, like... I don't know.
Ew. We have 2 Nurgle worshippers and a Zinch worshipper here. Nice. You might be right, Krauser. Can't you save her if you romance her as a male? You might be right, but I never found Bastilla that interesting enough to actually go for the romance option with her. Mostly because she's such a fucking wanker when you first meet her.
There's romance options in KOTOR?
Yeah.
Huh.
That's why the Old Republic got so lambasted for a while.
Can you romance, oh shit, I forgot to heal everyone. Can you romance HK-47?
No.
Fucking
Would be
bullshit.
hilarious.
Can you romance, the utility droid? I forget his name.
Okay, well, you got my name wrong, first off. Okay, Sketch, I'm tired of your passive-aggressive attitude towards if you have a problem with me, just say it. I don't have a problem with you. But I guess now, if you want to start acting like a whiny little baby, yeah.
Well...
When you come in and say, spoilers don't have a fucking, expiration date, asshole. Yeah, go fuck yourself, Buzzard. How about that?
Oh.
How about pull that head out of your fucking ass so that little bump you got in your throat isn't your goddamn nose, and go shove your head in a fucking blender.
Oh. I mean...
There we go. Done.
I do think it's a little bit silly to complain about spoilers for a 20-year-old game, though. That's...
It was, and his passive-aggressive way of saying asshole at the end of it, yeah, real good move. I actually felt kind of good, to vent, because I've been so frustrated with the script now, too. So it felt real good to vent. That's the thing, guys, if you ever make content, one, you're gonna hate the sound of your voice, that just happens.
Yeah, that was...
You'll always sound... I feel like I sound really monotone when looking at the script. When I read the script and everything.
Yeah, one of my first big, issues doing my own videos was hearing myself speak, because I sound a lot better to myself in my head than I do hearing my voice recorded. So, it sounds completely different. It's like, you know, I say something, and as I'm saying it, it's like, okay, yeah, this sounds good. But then when I listen back, when I listen to it back, I sound like a drooling fucking retard. So, yeah.
I think it's been one of the frustrating things for me is I think I deleted the introduction, like just getting the introduction. I deleted that audio clip 22 times. I was like, oh, okay, I just can't. I'm driving myself insane. Raging Rat says there's a romance save that's easier, but there's another option. I think it's charisma check that's about 80, 90 something if memory serves. Okay, so if there is a way to save her, then fair enough. I never found a way to save her. I guess my charisma wasn't high enough. But I always remember if I picked the light side path, I always had to fight her and kill her. One thing says, your voice kicks ass, Creetosis. It do be fine.
Thank you. I've had people comment on my videos that they listen to my videos to go to sleep, or they find my voice soothing. I'm like, how the fuck do you find, like, okay, I'm not gonna complain, but how?
Yeah. Did any of y'all watch Will Loves Video Games video critique of Oblivion? I have not. I have just seen Patrician TV bring up some of his points here and there in his video epic of Oblivion.
Historical
Nice.
spoiler. Abraham Lincoln was shot in the back of the head.
Just saw that like
Yeah.
The game is still a bit louder than I thought. At least when you're casting magic. Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's been a common... Okay. That tangentially reminds me of a common new annoyance I have, where games will have certain things that aren't tied to the audio options. So you can turn the audio down 50% and everything like that. But suddenly, like, the title sequence at the start, it blows your eardrums out because you can't change the volume of the title sequence at the start. I only called you an asshole because when I said spoilers, you gave me attitude like you always do. I didn't give you any fucking attitude. I mean, now I'm giving you attitude. Because you're being a little child. I mean, some people find Corpse Husband's voice soothing, and his voice is only the way it is due to some throat cancer, I think. Oh, God, that's rough.
I didn't know he had throat cancer.
Yeah, I didn't know he had that either.
Legitimately, no offense to the guy, but I heard his voice before and I just found it unbearable. But if it's because he had throat cancer, then that's understandable. Like, legit. Sorry to the guy for having to go through that.
This is a question to all three of you goobers. What inspired you guys to make videos in the first place?
Being fucking pissed off. Legitimately, part of it is because I felt no one was saying the things I wanted to hear, pretty much. And I don't mean that in like a circle jerky kind of way, but more in the fact that a good example is Caption's Fallout 4 video. It's a very, very good video, but playing Fallout 4, I realized there's so many more issues with it than what he brought up. And in addition to that, there's other games I had problems with. BioShock Infinite, Starbound. So I figured, okay, I'll make videos on them. Fallout 4 being the big one, obviously. That's what got my whole channel started.
For me, I started back before video was really a thing. So, back before YouTube really took off or anything like that, it was all written reviews and everything like that. And I enjoyed the aspect of the writing and the critique and everything. And then videos came along, and I was really bad at doing video footage and video stuff. Like the programs we had at the time were Fraps and DX Tori, and that was about it. And then I started just trying, didn't really get anywhere. I couldn't find a style I wanted to do, because I liked doing the critique and the reviews and everything, but there was nothing that could ever fit with that style for me. Then I started working for Joe of Angry Joe Show, and that kind of helped me learn some things about video editing, but not much. I needed to get way better at it, and I do call those the dark times for a reason. Then I went to MMO Grinder, and I started doing the scripts there, and putting more about the critique and everything like that, and explaining how the world doesn't work, and things like that, but it just wasn't enough, because there were a lot of people that, like, this doesn't matter, who cares, and stuff like that, so I stopped doing anything for a while, and really got put back into it once EFAP grew, once Mahler came up and kind of paved the way to show that, no, there is an audience that actually does care about this, and having standards is a good thing, and here's why. So that kind of pushed me to start doing videos again. And in this case, I started with SS13 videos because they're simple. I don't need to worry about story or anything like that, as long as I keep it consistent so people can kind of understand what's going on. But they're just games to play to have fun, and I get to practice all kinds of like editing techniques and transitions and everything like that. I get to practice stuff that I wouldn't get to do normally. And now we've got Aliens Fireteam Elite will be the first review video, not critique, review video that's coming up. Twitch streaming doesn't go very well because you have no discoverability on Twitch, which is a big shame. Like, there's no way to like really easily find other content creators on Twitch. You have to kind of take from YouTube and get people to come over, or find other avenues to convince people to come to your stream, because you'll rarely get a couple people will trickle in because they might have that game category saved. What do you think of Angry Joe? I can go last on this one. Easy peasy.
I haven't really watched a whole hell of a lot of his content. Oh, what was that glitch there?
Okay, Pagan, you have any thoughts on Angry Joe?
Sorry,
go ahead,
I wasn't done yet. It was just the game.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't watched a whole lot of his content. I did like that from time to time he would complain about microtransaction shit in the industry, but he didn't seem to go as hard at it as I thought someone that big should be. Cause like there's that one time he got an interview with someone from, I think it was EA, and he just softballed them the entire time.
Yeah.
Besides that, I don't trust his metric for judging games or movies, because motherfucker hands out 9s and 10s like goddamn candy. And, I'm sorry, but there just isn't that many 9 and 10 out of 10s out there. There's... It makes me think... Oh, God, how do I put this? It makes me feel like he has low standards, I guess, where he's too willing to give out 10s out of 10s. Like, Skyrim being the most relevant example, considering we're working on the video, he gave Skyrim a 10 out of 10. Now, when you start breaking Skyrim down and noticing all its issues with the story and with the mechanics and everything, 10 out of 10 is fucking insane to give Skyrim. At least in that case, it seems like he was just riding the hype train of a new release. Oh my god, this game looks so amazing, the graphics are so good. And yeah, it's just not a 10 out of 10, I'm sorry.
Okay, Pagan, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I used to like him, but he quickly went downhill. He started giving things really bad reviews, just 10s out of 10s, badass seals of approvals for games that he clearly just didn't pay attention to. And he started, like, I remember Who was that? God damn it. He tried to like do like a gotcha question to some game dev about it was some MMO, and he had no idea what he was talking about, and the dev just completely destroyed him. It was pretty funny actually.
Oh, I think I remember seeing that clip. It was in Medicur's video on him, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was also in Razor Fist's video.
Oh, I should watch that.
Yeah, and they, oh my god, it was so bad. It really showed that he just doesn't. He kind of just parrots things that he hears. He doesn't really look into anything. And I'm not really interested in people that do that, so I just kind of stopped watching him. And then he started getting. Well, I don't really want to criticize him too much for getting political because we get political sometimes. It's just, it feels like he just doesn't pay attention to anything. Like he just says things because it's the popular thing to say, without actually thinking about anything, you know?
Okay, it's funny you say that, because while I was working for him, I was the one that would have to do the research and actually look into things and double check things. What he wanted for my job on there, not only just to do the scripts, but to run the news for his website and do the news articles and everything. And I was telling him, like, Joe, there are just some days where there's nothing going on. And he's like, oh, sure there is. Just go to these sites and just, kind of parrot what they say. And I'm like, I don't really want to become just just put my spin on everything that's going on. But he told me I had to have an article every day. So I had to eventually just start doing that. And it gets really frustrating when you got to do that. Yeah. But I always tried to, like, go in and get, like, 5 or 6 different websites to have like links to all these different websites where I checked and try to find where the initial source came from. But there are just some articles you can't do that in, like when suddenly everybody likes to talk about how what was it back in the day? Project Titan is gonna be the Star Wars Diablo love spawn we've always wanted, and then suddenly everybody was doing the same article that day. For those of you that don't know, Project Titan is Overwatch.
Oh.
It was originally going to be an MMO, and that's for, if you didn't know, Overwatch was originally going to be an MMO. And that fell through hard. But when you have stuff like that, there's really nothing I could do. I ended up, like, to keep myself sane, I ended up doing where I'd hide Dark Souls reference into every single article picture that I ever made for his site.
Yeah.
But on top of that, I always had to bring like actual issues to his attention whenever we did the reviews or scripting or anything like that. Like I was the one that explained to him what happened to the Arma 3 devs when some of them got arrested because they were taking pictures in a different country, and that country said, "Oh, it's a no-no," and they actually arrested them and kept them held hostage and ransomed.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I never heard of that.
Yeah, fucking Bohemian Interactive, we're trying to get those dudes back. But, anyways, the big one for me was Guild Wars 2, and constantly having to fight with Joe and explain to him what all the issues are and stuff like, oh, that's not important. I'm like, Joe, it has no end game. There's no end game content. That's not important. Joe, the dungeons all suck because they don't have a tank, healer, and DPS. The dungeons are brain dead simple because they can't rely on somebody keeping aggro and somebody being able to heal or anything. Oh, that doesn't matter. Joe, I don't think you understand. We're bored out of our minds here running around Lion's Arch praying something will happen. Oh, that doesn't matter. Well, after he gives his review of a 10 out of 10 badass seal of approval and I kept pushing back against it, a week later he quit the game because he was bored out of his mind. I'm like, are you fucking kidding? Yep, saw that coming. It's funny is vaguely I don't think I was there for the Skyrim one. I'm not positive though. I remember I was very against Skyrim in the Angry Army community, but I don't remember if I got to work with the script on that one. Because I remember I did the Aliens Colonial Marines, Guild Wars 2, the Why Aliens Colonial Marines could be badass, and fuck, that video was that video hurt because we went in with the understanding it's really hard to fuck up an Aliens game. Oh boy, were we proven wrong? Yeah, that was a big mistake. I did his end of the year list, so I did all that. I did all of his news site articles. But I don't remember working on his Skyrim video. I don't remember. I just remember talking about it and how bad the game actually was. And feeling like I was the, I was the lone sane person in a sea of crazy people. Because they were talking about how, like, awesome it was to fight the dragons. I'm like, you mean the most boring fight in the entire game? The most boring fights that they constantly make you do? They're not awesome. What? Fuck, they're annoying. Dude, and then, here's another thing that annoyed me about Joe. He would constantly forget...
cutscene.
Damn it.
Sorry.
Okay, I'll bring this up after, yeah.
Alright. There's no dialogue, but still, it was a cutscene. Anyways, go ahead.
So, the thing that really annoyed me with Joe as well was he would constantly not give me credit for the scripts and shit I worked on.
Oh.
So, like, half of the scripts I have credit properly given in the video and everything like that, and the other half of them I don't. And he's like, well, I can't upload a fixed version or anything like that, but, we'll both know that you did it. I was like, oh, motherfucker.
It doesn't matter if you both know that you fucking did it. It matters that everyone else fucking knows.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So yeah, I am very much not a fan of Joe. And another aspect for that reason, as I hinted to, he is very easy to please because he doesn't have very high standards, and he hands out his reviews based off his initial impressions, and then will skew everything to fit said impression. So, again, lucky Guild Wars 2, because Guild Wars 2 starts off on a really crazy high note. It has some of the best opening I've ever seen, but then it couldn't actually, like, go anywhere from there, ever. It's fucking horrible. But, unlucky for games like that Terminator game, where it's like, they've got the wrong color of fucking lasers, like, that doesn't actually matter. You do realize that this is like a tier 1 version of that weapon. It's a different colored laser, sure. They get the proper lasers later on when they're actually fully mobilized. It's like, what the fuck? I remember even CV11 called him out on his Terminator one. He's like, Jesus Christ, Joe. It's like, calm the fuck down. Yeah, so I have a very negative opinion when it comes to Angry Joe. What kind of dragon has a jaw bigger than his head? Is this Chad Dragon?
Look at the fucking chin on him.
That's why I do kind of like the stuff like Furious Pablo and stuff like that. I think.
Oh
that's
yeah.
kind of funny.
Yeah. The first time I heard any of that was in Mr. Medicare's video on him, Pissed Pedro and stuff. That was fucking.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
What do you guys think of Rage Engine, Rockstar Games engine, and do you think it'll be good for a Fallout or an Elder Scrolls game? I think the engine is okay. I don't think it could be good for an RPG. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't know any of the technical aspects of most game engines, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Like, you could make it work, but it's the same thing with, like, Andromeda having to try to make the Frostbite engine into an RPG, and it was a disaster for them. Yes, I then started, after a time, I started working for MMO Grinder, and that's where I put a big chunk of my time into was MMO Grinder. Had a bit of a falling out with John over the current day clusterfuck. And I guess I could say the reason I had a falling out was John was like, Antifa and BLM are the good guys. They've done nothing wrong. And I was like, motherfucker, they're the ones that are shooting up our cities and shit and burning down buildings. Are you really going to tell me it's, you know, a ploy by the right that these are all like deep cover agents or some shit? And so that's kind of when we had our falling out. So I was like, okay. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, okay, you're crazy. He even had somebody ask him. He goes, so it wasn't BLM and Antifa that tore up your town, because John lives over on the East Coast. I won't say where, but he lives over on the East Coast, and they had made notes that his town got fucked up by rioters and shit like that too. And he goes, no, it was a bunch of people from out of town that did it. I was like, okay. And I don't hate him or anything like that. I just think he's completely misguided in this case. Joe, I have much harder feelings for. John, I just think is misguided.
God save us! Gates of heaven!
There's a mod that turned GTA 5 into an RPG. Cool. I haven't seen it. I just don't like GTA 5, so...
Yeah, and I also don't like how they just keep rehashing it every year at E3 and shit. And they just, oh look, we added another DLC to this game that came out in like 2014 or some shit. And it's like, oh my god, make a new game, please. Stop making fucking heist DLCs all the time.
Oh.
What do you guys think about Father Elijah being revealed as 2016 Hillary Clinton campaigner? I have no feelings on it. Because again, I think Orange Man Bad was dumb, but I do think Trump was an idiot. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think he was an idiot, and he was feeding his opponents easy ammunition. Here's some easy bullets to fire at this, you know, presidency. And now we've got something way worse.
Also, it's not hard to, unless you're like super into political stuff, it's very easy to like fall into those traps of like supporting wrong candidates. I was a Hillary supporter until I realized that she was a lying bitch and didn't deserve anything, and then I realized, oh holy shit, I'm kind of don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And then and then over the years, you know, I got more and more, I paid attention more.
Mine was, I voted Hillary in 2016 because I was going for the lesser of two evils. I thought both candidates were terrible. But yeah, and again, Trump didn't do anything for his cause when he was complaining about, like, I have huge hands, they're huge, they're big, and I'm like, what? That doesn't matter. And he didn't know anything about our actual defensive strategies or anything like that. I was like, oh no. So that was from my point of view, but again, I was definitely not one of those Orange Man Bad. I was just like, stop being an idiot, please. Stop feeding the other side ammunition. Yeah, so it doesn't bother me that he was a campaigner. It's the same thing why I find it hilarious.
I think he was memeing.
Oh. Well, even if it was true. So we'll just say even if it was true, but yeah. But it's the same thing with the people that, like, try to destroy the guy who made Five Nights at Freddy because he donated for Trump's campaign.
Oh my god, so dumb. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, who fucking cares?
Yeah, it was really fucking dumb.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and unfortunately, because of the way the Electoral College works, it's never going to get better. Ever. It physically can't, and that's the thing that is so frustrating. There's a reason that we've never, ever, and again, say what you want about setting up democracies elsewhere, there's a reason we always force them not to have an electoral college. It's a bad idea. It's a very, very bad idea. What do you guys think of the Act Man? I haven't watched any of his stuff, or at least I don't think I've watched any of his stuff. But yeah,
Neither have
He's
I.
alright. He's alright. I've watched some of his stuff.
yeah.
Basically, imagine if Duke Nukem did like reviews and critiques and analysis stuff.
I've got balls of steel. The Act Man is the definition of a Chad nerd. I'll have to keep in mind. Yeah, essentially what I'm saying is don't attack anybody for whoever they support. You know, I'm not going to attack somebody because they supported Biden. I'll just point out that Biden's an idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, you supported him, you had your reasons, but can you see this? Come on, man. Come
Yeah.
on.
Although I will say it is really annoying when you get these people that fucking shit all over Trump about all these things, and then you look at Biden who does either the exact same thing that he did, or does something way worse, and when you point it out, they're like, no.
Orange
Okay,
Man
hey.
bad.
Yeah, Orange Man bad, it's all his fault. No, Biden's perfect. And I'm just like, dude,
My favorite...
look at this shit.
Have you seen my favorite meme going around, which is it's a tweet from somebody who's super far lefty, like we're talking like communist agenda lefty, and they said, "Huh? Do these people on the right not realize you can't just impeach somebody because you don't like them? What a
Yes!
bunch of fucking losers!" And
I
I'm like,
saw that. Like, are you
the
fucking
level
for
of
real?
irony? The
Yeah.
level of irony is absurd.
Holy shit, yeah, I can't believe they actually said that. I was like, are you for real? Did you not see the last 4 years of Trump's presidency and the things they tried to impeach him over?
Yeah.
And you're gonna sit here and say that people bitching about fucking Biden is what's wrong? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, they had like one legitimate cause that they could have done it for, and then it just turned into a circus fiasco after that. It was like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, you know, I was with you when you had a legitimate cause. Now this is just getting sad. Democracy is cringe. Return to monarchy. What do I think of The Last of Us 2? There's a reason that game lost 80% of its sales in its second week.
Yeah, fuck The Last of Us 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard the creator of Has-Been Hotel gave a shit take about Scott's situation and nearly got doxxed for it. Don't be a bitch, but also don't dox bitches. Yeah, I agree. Call out people when they do stupid stuff like that, but that doesn't mean, like, post their fucking home address and tell people to go find them. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh my god, I hate
Yeah.
that shit. And CNN does that a lot. CNN, the
Yeah.
entire thing. Oh my god, they do it all the time.
Every
Every time they see somebody, they're like, well, we know we can't actually make people dislike this guy because there's nothing against him, so we're just gonna dox him and hope
Yeah.
that people that blindly watch us go to his house and attack him.
Yeah, it's fucking... ugh.
Can we kind of move on from the political stuff?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's fair. That's entirely fair.
I'm just
so
so
this is
fucking
what- this
sick
is
of
gonna happen.
politics all the way around.
I agree with you, absolutely. Dude, if an actual Mr. House rose and it was a meritocracy, I'd be down for that. I'd be like, ooh. This could be fun. This would be something new. Let's do it. The world will probably be way worse, but you know what? I'm willing to find out. What's that? No, I don't want to do that mean joke because that'll dive us back into things. But there's a joke that I'll tell Creetosis and everything after the stream,
All right.
or I'll put it down in our chat so that we can look at it later.
Fucking cunt dragon just feared everyone again. Piece of fucking shit.
There we go. I love that quote. It's so fucking funny. This has to be great.
Christ.
Yeah, it is kind of a lose-lose, unfortunately. Well, is this kind of like the final boss? Or one of the final bosses?
Oh no, we're a long way from the final boss. That's at the end of Disc 4.
Oh,
This is
God.
just a very late game boss that's super fucking powerful.
Yeah.
So what's going on in the story is that this dragon,
Save us.
there's, God, this is so loud. I'll wait until it's done. God, it's even drowning out the game's music. Alright, so, here's what's happening in the game's story. About 11,000 years ago, humans fought a war so they would no longer be enslaved by another race that had the power of magic and could fly. During the war, the humans got dragons on their side, and pretty much every creature in the game aligns to a different element. So earth, fire, water, wind, electricity, and so on. And there's an extra type, divine. This is the divine dragon, so it has no weaknesses to any other attacks. In the story, the Winglies couldn't actually kill this thing, so they locked it away in this mountain. And that was at the height of their power. So this thing is free now, and we have to fucking kill it before it kills everyone else.
Oh, nice. So you've got to do the impossible.
Yeah.
It's a JRPG story. But it's funny you would ask Cosmology because, yeah, he just was going into it to explain it to me.
Oh
now,
shit, I forgot
he
about the
was
divine
right time.
cannon. Albert's probably gonna fucking die.
And September, my favorite element.
Oh shit, it didn't even hit Albert, but he fucking disintegrated Miranda. Jesus Christ.
What a weird attack. It looks like he, like, you know, sucks in the ether from the universe, and then, like, it causes his brain to die, so he slams his head down, and he shoots it out of his back.
No, his neck went flaccid.
He couldn't keep it up.
Anti-Viagra energy.
EA, the game company killer, I'll never forgive them for Pandemic. Yeah, they've killed so many fucking studios. It is ridiculous. They are the video game industry serial killer for a reason.
Oh god, he's going through the fucking cannon again.
What games are people looking forward to? Well, I mean, I've got Elden Ring I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, that's about it for me as Elden Ring.
I look forward to a time when I can look forward to games again.
Yeah, I can agree with that. When I can see... Actually, no, there's a bunch of boomer shooters I'm looking forward to, but yeah.
Oh fuck, I forgot to restore her. God damn it. I forgot to restore her magic power, so I can't have her fucking cast anything. I just wasted that.
I do agree that, Oh, we weren't silent for that one. We were laughing our asses off. No username. Meme Night says, a lot of people treat that story as necessary for a game, when there's plenty of cases of games being legendary for their fun mechanics, i.e. Nintendo. Yeah, story isn't absolutely mandatory, but there are certain genres where you need it. Like, it's one of those cases where story doesn't need to be in every single game, but in the games that it needs to be in, it needs to be good.
Uh-oh.
What's Elden Ring? It is the new title from Software. It is kind of a good way to describe it from what we've seen so far is it is Dark Souls in the Witcher universe. Yeah, no, that is a pretty good way. Yeah, it's Dark Souls in the Witcher's universe. So it's open world, you have a mountain, everything you can go around with, and everything, yeah. Laughing, there wasn't any sound, just the game. Oh, really? You didn't hear us busting a fucking gut? Damn, that sucks. Oh, there's tons of new Boomer Shooters out. There's a thing we jokingly call Boomer Shooter Con, which is known as Realms Deep, and they just had their Realms Deep 2021, which is so fucking good. We got to see so many new titles coming out.
Oh, shit.
Meme Night, can you guys watch Synthetic Man's video on Doom Eternal where he calls Doom Eternal fans mentally ill for enjoying the game?
What?
That's a spicy take. I think it's really overrated, but I'm not going to say people are mentally ill for well, there's one person I'll say is that, but they kind of proved it in Mahler's Discord. Where because I said the game was good, but I think 2016 was better, I was absolutely spreading like misinformation and trying to destroy people's like enjoyment and livelihood, stuff like that. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, that was a discussion for sure.
How can someone like that be a fan of Mahler?
Well, I would say it's not open world Dark Souls because there's a lot more about it with creatures roaming around and actually exploring the world and environment. And actually like traversing the environment, it becomes more of the point, kind of like in Witcher. That's why I would say it's Dark Souls set in the Witcher universe.
Oh.
Okay, I should say it has nothing to do with The Witcher. I guess I should say it's more like Dark Souls and Witcher 3 had a baby. I think that would be the most accurate.
Yeah.
Unfortunate about fucking Miranda and Albert getting no EXP since they both died, but I didn't think I was that close to killing it.
Doom Eternal is the Dark Souls of the Boomer Shooter genre? No, I'd say Doom Eternal is the Mario of the Boomer Shooter genre. They way overemphasize platforming in Doom Eternal, and I am not a fan. Doom 2016 was a great game. I went out of my way to buy it again. I hate that they removed the custom levels thing in Doom Eternal. I'm a huge Eternal fan, but it's better than... I think it's better than 2016, but that's just dumb. Yeah. I agree. You shouldn't say that anybody's diseased or, you know, mentally handicapped for liking something. That's weird. Yo, what the fuck? For some reason, some comments of mine aren't showing up on your side? Well, I haven't seen anything, like, show up for moderation or anything yet.
And I am on live chat, so I don't know why some of your comments aren't showing up. It's probably just
I'm on live chat as well.
It's probably just YouTube doing its retarded fucking thing again, where it deletes comments without...
Probably, yeah.
It legitimately pisses me off how many comments I get that, are gone by the time I go to check them.
Yeah, that's true. You're huge. That means you have huge wahoo! Bing bing wahoo! Well, there you go. Yeah, I have a joke in the Aliens Fireteam Elite video where Ben is going to ask me, I want your spiciest take, and I'm going to put Skyrim at 2.5 on the scale. And he goes, no, I meant your spiciest take. And then I was gonna put Doom Eternal at 6 and Doom 2016 at 7.5. And be like, yeah, you want spicy? All right, let's do spicy. Which game won the actual real Game of the Year award for 2020? Ghost of Tsushima. I think that one's pretty handily Ghost of Tsushima. It isn't. Okay, I'll explain why here in a second. Zoidster says, I understand if you don't like the platforming in Eternal, but in my opinion, it's a really smart way to get people to use vertical movement and dashes in combat by preparing them with platforming. I disagree. They did a good enough job in the monster encounters to explain why you would need the vertical movement. And when they have logical reasons to have, like, a pole hanging out in the middle of the road, like if you're in a destroyed skyscraper, it makes sense that there's rebar and shit like that hanging around that you can grab onto. That stuff makes sense. The floating skull platforms and just hanging beams in the sky just to have platforming really bugs me. What do you guys think about Disco Elysium? I have not played it.
Neither have I.
Me either.
Do you guys think Witcher 3 is overrated? I honestly think it is. That's what Meme Night asks.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's a really good game, but yeah, it is overrated.
I haven't played it enough to judge.
I would say, yes, it's overrated, but I don't think it's bad by any means. And I think it has one of the most well thought out medieval societies and worlds I've ever seen. But I think a lot of people also forget that when it first launched, it was a buggy, ridden nightmare.
Oh, it was horrible when it released.
Ever played the Enda's Nine? I don't think so. I think I've heard of it. I think that's the Super Meat Boy style game where you play a black blob, I think. It is, yeah, okay. So when we play a black blob, no, I have not played it. I've seen people play it, but I have not played it myself.
Don't even know if I'm ready for the last fight of Disc 3. Last time I did it, it was a fucking nightmare. Oh shit, there was a box there I missed.
Good thing CD Projekt Red learned from that mistake. Oh wait, yeah, exactly. I am shocked how many times people have not learned that CD Projekt Red don't launch, like, really stable games. It is weird.
Yeah,
It
you should
happened
always
with Witcher
wait.
1, it happened with Witcher 2, it happened with Witcher 3. I don't know how people didn't realize it was going to happen with Cyberpunk. Like, it was a whole other level for Cyberpunk. I will fully admit, it was way worse than anything else. But, yeah.
Yeah, you should always give them at least a couple of months before you even think about buying a CD Projekt Red game when it first releases.
Yeah. Any opinions on Red Dead Redemption 2?
Haven't played it yet. Been meaning to, but yeah.
I liked it.
I like it a lot, but I like losing myself in the world. Not so much the game's plot.
Yeah.
I need to really focus on if the plot is good or not. I don't think the endings are good. I think the endings are a bit too corny for everything else being so grounded. I think the endings are really corny.
Yeah.
But it is what I would say is the difference between an authentic world versus a realistic world. Obviously, none of these characters are realistic. This isn't like a realistic setting, but it's a very authentic Wild West setting on the turn of the century when they're starting to go towards World War I. I think it's a absolutely great setting, and I love like having moments where I'm like, you know what, I just want to go hunting today. So I get a bunch of resources together, and I just take a horse or a wagon up into the mountains, and I just decide to go hunting. And I like that I can just kind of relax and do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They did lie about Cyberpunk being an RPG. It wasn't just the bugs that was a problem. Oh, absolutely. There are all kinds of problems.
Yeah. It's really disappointing the state that game released in.
Yep.
I was looking forward to it, but I knew better than to pre-order it. I don't pre-order anything anymore. And I was like, okay, Cyberpunk is coming out. I'll wait a week or two and see what comes of it, I guess. And then the obvious happened, so I didn't touch it.
Yeah. Let's see.
Actually, speaking of Red Dead Redemption 2, my cousin, when he comes down sometimes and we just like play video games for like a few days and then he goes home.
Yeah.
And we'll typically like talk about just random shit whenever we're playing games. And he was playing Red Dead Redemption 2 and I was playing Fallout New Vegas. And he asked me like, because he knows I'm a bit more critical and stuff like that about these sort of things, but I don't know, I couldn't really give him a straight answer on this, because he was like, what if they made a Fallout game where it was basically like Red Dead Redemption 2's kind of world, where, you know, like physics and how big it is and all this stuff, but with like Fallout characters and enemies and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know. I think that'd be kind of interesting.
I absolutely, yeah, I agree. I think that'd be very interesting to actually see and experience. I wouldn't be able to tell you if it would be a good game or not, or anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
That's what I was
there's no way
saying.
I'd be able to do that, but
Yeah.
I'd say it'd be interesting, and I'd definitely give it a shot.
Yeah, I thought it sounded really cool. I was like, yeah. I was like, that could probably work if you did it right, and if the writing was really good and everything. Like, it can't just be the world. It can't just be, oh, look at all this stuff you can do in this open world with all these like Fallout characters and stuff. It has to be more than that. It has to have a good story, good dialogue. It can't just be the gameplay. It needs to be more than that.
What about the Evil Within? Any opinions there? None. I have not played it.
Neither have I.
Yeah, did you ever play it, Evil Within?
I never
Megan?
played it, but I did watch playthroughs of both games. They were pretty good. I don't know, the Evil Within 2 got a little weird, especially towards the end. It was kind of but they're still good games. I'd give them like a 7. I'd give the first one a 7. I'd probably give the second one a 6.
Yeah, I'm not super big into a bunch of horror games or anything like that. There are some I found I like, but there are too many that are like the Outlast series where I'm just like, nah, this game's not good.
Yeah, fuck Outlast.
Yeah, out of all the horror games I've played, I would probably say the Alien game that came out.
Alien Isolation?
Yeah, Alien Isolation. That one was probably one of my favorites. It's really good.
I still need to play Alien Isolation.
Yeah. I know a horror game is good when I'm scared to walk down the hallway of a certain area where it's like, ooh, I don't want to go down that way. Whenever a game can do that to me, I'm like, okay, this is a good horror game.
Yeah. Zoitzer asked, thoughts about... Oh, hang on a second. LT says, Hotline Miami thoughts. I've never played them.
I played through the entire first one and really enjoyed it. I played through the second one and enjoyed it, but never finished it.
Okay. Zoidster says, thoughts about Prey 2017. I've been thinking about playing it for Halloween, since it is, if I'm correct, a horror game technically.
Yeah, skip. I'd skip.
I wouldn't. I say it's a really good game.
Eh,
I love the fact that you can do so many things outside of the box and progress. I love that fact that they actually have more of the old design philosophy of the original Deus Ex and everything, instead of being super linear and strict on it.
Yeah. I don't know. I
Martin
just
Thompson,
didn't care for it.
Martin Thompson says, guys, what do you think of Outlast? I think it's shit.
Yeah, it's not that good. It's probably pretty bad actually.
Yeah. Mahler has a great video on it. It was kind of his first long form thing. He broke it into multiple parts. He has a great series on the failings of Outlast. Yeah, remember when Bethesda Games canceled Prey 2 because quality concerns? Ironic coming from Bethesda. Yeah, that gets memed a lot.
Is that's the original Prey 2, right? Because
Yeah.
I heard there was the original Prey, and there was supposed to be a really, really good fucking sequel planned. And then they canceled
you played
it.
as a bounty hunter. You played as a bounty hunter in space, and it looked
Oh.
really fucking good.
Yeah, that's the one I saw. That's kind of like, I think that's kind of what tainted my view of what we got, because I was like, oh, that's I would have preferred that one.
Have any of you guys played Manhunt? It's another Rockstar game. Yes.
No.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. It's very much the edgy game of edginess.
Yeah, it's literally just kill this person because you're a murderer.
And you're in a snuff film. Like, not even kidding. That's the entire
Yeah.
premise. You're actually in a snuff film.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Creetosis, will you stream the new RimWorld DLC?
I've been meaning to stream more RimWorld. Obviously haven't gotten around to it. I don't know if I'm going to do the DLC or not. I know the royalty one, it looks like they added a lot of stuff that I would probably find a bit annoying to try and micromanage, like, characters getting titles and being happy. It's already a pain keeping everyone happy in fucking RimWorld. I love the game, but I really don't know about the DLCs.
I don't know if my comment was answered in the other stream, but if you guys could pick a setting for Fallout 5, where would it be, and what would you want the plot to center around? Also, no Southwest states. Well, can I make a stipulation that Emil doesn't write for it?
Well, I think when questions like that are asked, it would be like the ideal situation. Like if it was an actually good game, no matter where, like, no matter what you decide.
So, I'm gonna say something crazy. I'm gonna say Ireland. The entire island. Make all of Ireland Fallout 5.
Oh.
It would be a different country, while still English speaking, but you could have like a mix, because some would have the original Irish dialects and Gaelic and everything would be mixed in as well, and then you would have English, so that could be a cool dichotomy, or language could change based off of that. You don't have to do invisible walls because you have the sea, so you can literally have people go everywhere around Ireland. You could have it, I don't know how Britain managed in the Fallout universe, but you could have it where there's still that North Ireland versus South Ireland sort of mentality, or, sorry, North Ireland versus Ireland mentality. So that could still be a thing that remained. People have long since forgotten why it existed, but now it remains. No, people still do speak Gaelic. It's not as dead of a language. It's Britain tried to kill it. It's the same thing with Welsh. Britain tried to kill the Welsh language because it was inferior, backwards, barbarian talk. But no, people still speak Gaelic, and people still speak Welsh.
Anyways, for a setting for Fallout 5,
No, I wouldn't do Fallout London mod, not at all. I would not go to the English mainland at all.
Yeah. Go ahead, Cree.
yeah, I was going to say my typical answer is I don't care where it is as long as it's good, but I think it would be interesting to have a setting where it's the border of Canada and the US, where half the map is one side, half the map is the other, and dealing with different factions that will have arisen after the war as a result of it.
Well, that was kind of my thought from Northern Ireland versus Ireland, and in the
Yeah.
Fallout universe, Canada got annexed by America.
Well, no, I know that, but that's why I think it would be interesting, like all that bad blood from hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, that's why I thought the Northern Ireland thing would be interesting. Like, the entire reason for why there was a difference between Northern Ireland and Ireland could be entirely forgot, but maybe there's that still remembering of there was a difference.
Yeah. So, Cree might remember this. I wrote something down. I don't have it in front of me, so, and it's been a long time since I wrote it down. I've kind of like moved on from it. But I did have this idea for Fallout 5 being basically... So the setting isn't just set in one place. It takes place in America, but the story revolves around, like, this faction, or a group of factions, trying to take control of, like, railway systems that are being, like, rebuilt. And, like, very simple kind of, like, armored trains that people use to travel along and travel distances and stuff like that. And they've been getting repaired and stuff by... God, I wish I had the script in front of me. It was basically something like there is almost like a pseudo government in place in some areas that are trying to like build this stuff. Basically, kind of like the NCR. But they're stretched thin because they're trying to expand across the entire U.S. with this rail system. So there's other factions vying for it, and basically you can use the train to travel to different areas. So you'll have like one area that's kind of like New Vegas in terms of like its style. Then you can go somewhere that's kind of more like I don't know, somewhere more like God, I wish I had the script in front of me. God damn it. Just different different biomes basically, with different characters and factions and stuff that you have to deal with, and basically you have to like further the repairing of the train, of the railways and stuff. And sometimes that'll be like, sometimes a certain group will have control of an area. You need to either wipe them out or work with them or even ally with them to, you know, get access to that and continue forward. Or there might be creatures or something that are infesting that area and stuff. And basically just, you know, there's an overarching narrative that goes over all of this stuff, but each area is its own individual thing with its own different stories. So I wish I had the thing pulled up because I went into a lot of detail with it, but I don't have it pulled up in front of me, and it's been so long I can't quite. But that's the gist of it. That's the very basic gist of an idea that I had. And I was thinking, like, I had a few different intro ideas of how you would start the game, and I remember one of them being was basically you start off in a caravan, and depending on what you choose, like if you're the caravan's vet, like who takes care of the Brahmin, if you're the merchant, if you're the security guard, and stuff like that, that's like how you decide your base stats.
Just quickly. Have a good night, Martin Thompson. Thank you for coming out.
Yep.
Anyways.
I guess I can go in through here. Bruce C. Kibitz says, Fallout wouldn't be Fallout outside America. For a DLC, it'd be okay, though. No, I disagree. Fallout, it can absolutely be Fallout outside of America. Fallout 1 and 2 and New Vegas proved that. America wasn't a requirement for the setting. Like, the whole thing behind Fallout originally was that it was the new factions that rise and fall in the aftermath of the world ending.
Yeah.
So it could work literally anywhere. Not Bethesda's Fallout, but Bethesda's Fallout is shit, so why would we want that?
Yep. $10 super chat from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. Hello, Creetosis and gang. Can't stick around to watch the stream since I'm working. Hope you all have a great day. I have 8 more hours to work. Pain. Well, thank you for stopping by at least. I hope the workday goes quickly for you.
LT says Welsh is a fully dead language. My family is Welsh. I disagree. Mahler speaks Welsh. A bunch of the guys from Wales on EFAP speak Welsh still. Kai from the Assault Raiders and his big group, they have people that speak Welsh. It's not a dead language by any means.
Totally wrecked
again,
Pagan's
they're all
train of
Welsh.
thought. Sorry about that, Pagan.
Huh?
Someone in chat pointed out I totally wrecked your train of thought. I'm sorry for that.
Oh, no, I was done. I
Oh.
was pretty well done. Yeah, no, the last thing I was talking about was the caravan. That's all I had left to say. And I pretty well explained that already.
All right.
Yeah. Maybe you don't see it from the inside because you're American? No. What?
He just gave examples of people who speak it. What do you mean?
No. Brucey's saying about the whole Fallout requires America. Fallout absolutely does not require America. Bethesda's Fallout does. But the
Yeah,
original
Bethesda's
ideas
does.
of Fallout did not require America at all.
Yeah. I got a friend who really wants one set in China, and I'm like, eh. But, yeah, I don't know. You could make them outside of America. That, you definitely could.
Yeah, absolutely. Meme Night says, I've thought of a faction called Confederates, where they basically copy the ideology of the 80s Confederacy. I was about to say something immediately, and I'm glad I didn't. Here, I'll share this with Pagan as a joke. There you go, it's in the stream chat.
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Well, again, as I explained, LT, the reason Welsh is struggling is because they intentionally try to force people that speak it to not speak it. Like in school, you're punished. Mahler explained this. In school, they were punished if they ever tried to speak Welsh to each other because it wasn't the king's language. It wasn't the king's English. So they would get in trouble for it. It's one of those like. It's one of those things they're trying to enforce it going out of use. They're trying to make it a dead language. Any new factions that you guys would in a Fallout game aside from existing ones? Oh, absolutely. You could do all kinds of new factions.
Yeah, I don't
One of the
have.
things that
I really want new factions so bad. I'm so sick of seeing the same shit over and over and over in these fucking games.
Especially the Brotherhood.
Yes. Oh my god.
I don't have anything specific in mind. I just want to see new factions, and I get that the Railroad and the Institute are new factions. Those factions are fucking retarded. They could have been done well, but they weren't. And that's the problem.
Sorry, LT. It's not specifically I'm explaining it to you. I know that it's going to sound condescending because, as you said, you are Welsh. I'm just explaining it for anyone that doesn't know the general context around it. Because, again, this isn't a conversation between you and me. It's a conversation between you, me, and everyone else watching the stream, and Pagan and Creetosis. So, it's that hard thing where you need to give the context, but the person who already knows said context is going to feel like you're being condescended to. Or they're being condescended to. It's like, no, trust me, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, even the Institute and the Railroad were like, those were still Fallout 3 things. You just didn't see the full factions. They just talked about them.
Yeah, they were mentioned.
Really
they were both
so
mentioned
really,
offhand.
Yeah, so really the only like completely new faction in Fallout 4 was the Gunners, and God knows they didn't do anything with the Gunners.
Yeah. But there was a conversation that happened in Mahler's Discord where somebody was explaining their Fallout idea, and they were doing the thing that I hate, bringing back the Brotherhood of Steel again, bringing back the Enclave, bringing in the Institute, and I was like, oh my god. I'm like, yeah, the Enclave base would be in Mount Rushmore. I'm like, no. And they're like, oh yeah, well, what would you do? And I said, well, here's an easy idea. Make it a religious faction. They see these gigantic heads on this mountain, and they don't think of them as originally leaders of a country, but as literal embodiments of gods. So they come to worship the heads of Mount Rushmore, and it turns into like a religious faction. Because how, people didn't do that. There's no way, because technology regressed and is slowly rising again in the Fallout universe. So people didn't do that. There'd be no time to do that or anything like that. So I was like, yeah, make it a religious faction. You don't need to bring the Enclave back. The Brotherhood of Steel are a dead faction. Let them die. Let them go. They're gone.
Yep. Enclave, Brotherhood of Steel.
You could have the Legion. You could, because again, they have a lot of territory out towards the east, so you could theoretically have the Legion show up in South Dakota. Or in the Dakotas, that's fine.
I also want to mention too, I do like the Enclave, and I know we're talking about how it sucks bringing factions back, but I would like to see them again. It's just I don't trust Bethesda to do them well, because they didn't fucking do them well the other two times they used them.
Yeah, I agree. It'd be cool if we got more of like survivors of the Enclave, and maybe their ideology influences generations down the line. So they're the Enclave in air quotes, but, not really. They just have, like, maybe the armor enshrined as, like, this is what we originally had, the hangers-on to an ideology that fell in the wasteland.
Yeah. And there's also, I talked about it before in the Fallout 3 videos, but it seems like Autumn was wanting to take the Enclave in a different direction. He didn't want to wipe out everyone like the Enclave did in Fallout 2. It's just that Bethesda did fucking nothing with it.
Yeah. And even in Fallout 2, they weren't trying to wipe out everyone. They wanted to rebuild the old America, so they were trying to save everybody in the vaults.
Yeah, they wanted the pure people.
Mutation. Yeah.
Yeah.
This Legion would definitely be, we are the evil slavers with no other motives, yeah. That's the thing I would be most afraid of. I'd say the Enclave should be dead, but you can have the descendants of the Enclave. Because again, it wouldn't be an entire stretch to say maybe some other Enclave managed to escape Navarro and the oil rig. That wouldn't be that much of a stretch.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't want to settle down nearby. I mean, again, people think nearby, well, it's the Mojaves right next to California. It's like, yeah, it's a big fucking distance though, honestly.
Yeah.
In the apocalypse, okay? But yeah.
Oh, yeah, and that's another thing. We can't have a faction arbitrarily travel across the country with no fucking issues. That's retarded.
And that's why I yelled at them for bringing the Institute. They're like, oh, but I liked shooting the synths in the Institute. It was fun. I was like, that's not the reason that they would make the trip from fucking Boston to the Dakotas.
If anything, the Institute is a group that would remain in the one area and never fucking travel.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
no reason for them to make an appearance in any other game other than a reference or, you know, an escaped synth here and there.
Yeah.
Ugh, I don't even want to fucking think about that.
Yeah, I hate that synths are now a staple of the
I-
series in Bethesda series. I'm just,
Yeah.
oh my god.
I wouldn't even mind that if it was done well, though. That's my entire problem is
But it's not.
so
and
bad.
I'm always gonna be reminded of it. Whenever I see a synth in any of these games, I'm just gonna be like, oh my god. Fuck
Yeah.
off.
There's rumors of some Enclave dudes in Chicago. That was when Bethesda retconned in the Fallout being on the East Coast, and then New Vegas had to explain how the Enclave existed in the East. So they made it where EDE ran into Enclave at a base in Chicago to continue traveling.
Wait, wasn't that a Fallout Tactics reference?
Yes, but it's funny because if Tactics was canon, all kinds of things are fucked up if Tactics is canon.
I might have to reset. I just ran into another issue where the game isn't loading the next area.
Oh no.
This happened last time, too, with the fucking Super Virage. Yeah, I'm resetting. Fuck this.
Yeah, it sucks because Raven Rock inherently is not a bad thing in Fallout 3. It sucks that they're called the Enclave. It doesn't make any sense. You could just have it be a new faction. Why are they the Enclave? Were they somehow in touch with the Enclave on the fucking oil rig?
Well, no, apparently they came from the oil rig, too.
Yeah, again, that just makes things way worse.
It's so much worse.
But, oh man, they could have been anything. You could have had them called, like, the Patriots or something like that. And people are like, what the fuck is a Patriot? You know, that could have been the entire ideal of that faction.
Yeah, they even had, you know, the dumbass character who was literally just a fucking nothing but a patriot and just blind dumbass.
Yeah, Nathan and
They
Megaton.
literally reference. Yeah, they
don't
literally
understand
reference
how,
patriots.
Yeah, I don't understand how Nathan, like, how he comes up with his ideology. So
He
what the
just-
fuck?
It's stupid. I think the implication is that he listened to the Enclave radio because they're spewing propaganda constantly, but how do you even
Maybe.
listen to that in the post-apocalypse and think, yeah, this is... I don't know, maybe he's just too optimistic for the future, but still, the entire character just comes across as a dumb fucking cartoon character. Hey, look how ridiculous this guy is, how overly patriotic he is to a country that's fucking dead. Look, we even gave
Yeah.
him a silly voice. You know?
God bless the USA and nowhere else.
Nowhere else. Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah, that's one that's always gotten to me. Like, okay, your country has been dead for 200 years, but you're worshipping it. Okay, whatever. But you're so petty as to say fuck everyone else.
Yeah.
There's
Why?
also the thing where if you explain like, because he's talking about like how you should be like unquestioning loyalty to the government, and it's like, dude, you worship America. Like the Constitution literally is about overthrowing tyrants and, you know, questioning the government, and that's why you have a Second Amendment to deal with that kind of shit.
Well,
And he's like,
that-
and then he starts to think about it, and then he's just like, no, you're an idiot, and I'm just like, fuck off.
no, I know. That's part of why I say the entire character is a joke. I think there's even a line you could say to him where it's like, oh yeah, I like to just mindlessly follow authority. And he's like, damn right, or something.
Man, how much more interesting would it have been if, well, I mean, we'd have to go through a whole bunch of loops, but bunch of hoops to fix it. But if the Enclave, well, one, if they weren't the Enclave and they were a faction you could join, oh, that would be so cool.
Oh my god, let me bring up the picture. Let me bring it up.
Uh-oh.
If you lived in Megaton, would you really believe in God?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good point.
Oh, I don't think that's a Bethesda only problem though. Brucey Kibitz says probably because the Bethesda devs have a cartoonish understanding of nationalism. Yeah, I don't think that's Bethesda only problem. Yeah, I would do it as, again, maybe they're slowly conquering territory outside, and like you come across the good thing. You don't see the ugliness at first, but you come across the good things. Like you see them farming and like setting up irrigation channels and maybe rain catchers and shit like that. And like these people seem like they know what to do and know how to survive in this world. And then you start peeling the layers back to find the ugliness.
Yeah,
Posted
that
it.
would be so much more interesting than what we got in Fallout 3.
You want to join the Enclave?
Oh my god, yeah. Fucking, yeah. From Fallout the Frontier mod, yeah. It's the same thing we were talking about, like when changing the children of the atom. Instead of worshiping the atomic bomb and its explosion, they worship the idea of power. They worship the atom as a power source, like in all these vehicles and cars that used to run the nation. So they become kind of like a technophile cult, and they're all about like building nuclear reactors and stuff like that, and giving free power out if you join their brotherhood and stuff like that. There's things that could be interesting, but they just do the dumbest thing with every faction they get. It's just like, oh man. Well, we need generic good guys to go up against the Enclave because they're evil, so let's have generic good guys in power armor, the Brotherhood of Steel. It's like, no. Let's build a settlement around an active atomic bomb in a literal crater. Yeah, oh boy.
That
Yeah,
they know
exactly.
is radioactive as well, at least in the middle. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like maybe part of the ugliness is you find out that they abuse ghouls and shit like that. It's like, yeah, that's horrible. But then you start thinking about it, but yeah, ghouls are kind of a nightmare, like, to normal people. Like, look at this horrible affliction that keeps you alive and your skin falling off and everything. Like, oh god. So, the good that the faction does can outweigh the bad, but there should still be some kind of darkness in every faction. I can't speak on Far Harbor. Green Tea says Far Harbor's Children of the Atom kind of fix them a little bit.
Kinda.
I can't speak
They're
on
de-
Far Harbor because
They're
I never
definitely
played
better in that DLC than they are in the base game. That's for damn sure. Yeah. Yeah, like I've said,
it. I know
Far Harbor should have just been the base game. They should have just made Far Harbor and expanded it into the base game rather than having the base game.
Yeah, so Buzzard's basically explaining what we actually got in Fallout 3 right now. The religion of the Children of the Atom is centered around the eponymous atom and the idea that within every atom's mass, within every atomic mass in all the creation exists an entire universe. When that atomic mass is split, that universe divides and becomes two. As such, Atom is a creator deity. Yeah, that's what they believe in Fallout 3. I don't know how they came to that belief. I don't know why they hold that belief. And it just seems absolutely absurd that a post-apocalypse society that doesn't have scientists really would know that, have like a cult know that.
Yeah.
I just don't get. They don't make any sense to me. Like I said, them worshiping the idea of this thing that brings power, brings life to these ancient machines. I can see that happening, but not like worshiping the very like concepts of physics and concepts of astrophysics and everything like that, and nuclear physics. I don't get how they came to that conclusion. I like how two factions of Fallout 4 barely have any real flaws other than their stupidity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Want to see Children of Atom done well? Look at the Atomic Monks in the Wasteland series. Okay. I haven't played any of the Wasteland games, though. I'll be entirely honest.
Yeah, they've been recommended to me a bunch, but I haven't gotten around to playing them yet.
Buzzard says, I still find it outlandish that a joke faction for Fallout 3 got turned into a faction we're meant to take seriously. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was the thing where I think Bethesda took the word Fallout way too literally.
Yeah.
So I know Father Logical talks about it in his videos where, like, there are many meanings behind the word Fallout, and it's not just nuclear fallout. Children of Adam were supposed to be a reference to Mad Max 2's nuke worshipping cult. That's sad. I prefer metallic monks, but okay.
Yeah, it seems like anytime Bethesda tries to make a reference to something, they just do it really shittily. Like, everything to do with the Institute sprouted from a Blade Runner reference in Fallout 3. That's what the Replicated Man was.
Yeah. Zoitzer says, the Minutemen and Railroad are just good guys, that's it. They're good guys who are brain dead.
Yeah.
And it's funny because the Minutemen inherently aren't a bad faction. Like, they're a good idea for a Boston area where stuff like, you know, this is the birth of the nation, everything like that. So all kinds of remnants of that stuff would be around. So I can see a faction rising calling themselves the Minutemen. I can actually buy that as a logical thing that would happen in the Boston area. What I don't buy are fucking laser muskets.
Oh!
Yeah, the
I love
fucking...
them.
I
love them in idea and gameplay. I hate them in, like, how are these even made?
fucking despise them.
Like, I think they're an interesting, like, feedback to them, like, of charging up the muskets and everything like that. Like, this is cool, but how did they make these and why?
Also, something I noticed when playing the other day to get footage for the remake video, Preston tells you to grab that laser musket, even though you have a gun that you just killed everyone with that was outside of the building.
Yep.
Why do you need to grab the shitty fucking weapon when you already have a more than functional weapon that just helped you take everyone out? And a more efficient weapon, too.
Yeah, everything else is more efficient. Like, the laser musket would work in some other type of apocalypse where you don't have actual guns or anything. If they had used actual muskets too, that would have been fucking baller. Like, if that had been their thing, and they were using outdated technology to fit with the ideals of what the Minutemen are, that could be interesting. But no, they use laser muskets. And while there's good feedback to winding it up and, you know, doing insane damage when you hit something with it, it just doesn't work logically. The game feel might be okay, but the world is broken. Yeah, and they could have gotten around that by saying, what if the laser muskets are infinite ammo? They don't require ammo because you literally charge up the musket.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah, that's one of the things that always pissed me off. I was like, what's the point of cranking this fucking thing if you don't even get infinite ammo? I'd rather just use a regular laser rifle.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what I mean. Like I said, this idea could work in a different setting, not Fallout. Bethesda's Fallout can be summarized as, this is cool, but doesn't make sense.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's fair. There's a lot of stuff, though, that's this is dumb and doesn't make sense, though, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's because you're supposed to overcharge it to try to make it a one-shot kill. Hey, like I said, there's good feedback on the weapon. It's just it makes no sense. It is completely useless because you have normal guns, normal laser rifles, a Gatling gun. There's so many things wrong with it. Like I said, they could have made an argument for, yeah, but it never needs to be reloaded, and it never runs out of ammo.
Yeah,
It's like,
if
okay,
they had done
now
that,
I can see why
I
a
wouldn't-
faction would do this. I'd still question how they made it, but I could still I could see why a faction would choose to use this. You literally don't have to worry about resources with it. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, God, that always bugged me. Because that's what I thought it was at first when I was cranking it. You know, I was like, oh, it generates its own ammunition, its own power source by cranking it. That makes sense. And then I saw the fucking ammo bar, and I was like, oh.
You think
you
that at first, and then
kidding?
you see the ammo counter, and it's like,
Yep.
oh.
As soon as I saw the ammo counter, I was like, fuck this thing. I threw it on the ground and never picked it back up again. Like, fuck this thing, dude. I was like, what a dumb fucking... Almost a good concept ruined.
Yeah, as we discovered with Emil's speech, effort and thinking things through is a dirty word at Bethesda.
Yep.
Which is really sad.
I'll be right back. I need to go grab something.
Alright.
Yep. But yeah, so stuff like a faction being called the Minutemen, it totally works in Boston area. It's more stuff like that should happen. Or Fallout 76, as terrible as it is, First Responders is a great name for a faction. It makes fucking sense.
Especially immediately after the war.
Yeah. People that are policemen and ambulance drivers and paramedics, doctors. Yeah, the first responders. It makes fucking sense. This is a good thing. Good job, Bethesda. And then they just do nothing with it. And it's one of those like, oh, it's such a good idea. No, why didn't you do anything with it? Yeah, and pipe guns. Pipe guns in general are, oh god. The pipe guns really, really hurt.
I hate them so fucking much. The joke about the laser musket in Futurama is pretty funny. Yes. Unironically, if the laser musket worked the way they did in Futurama, that would be more forgivable.
I'm gonna need some more than that. Meme Knight says, speaking of Bethesda, when Fallout 4 was in pre-production, they wanted it to be in a country in lore was completely wiped off the map, and they asked Obsidian to remove the line where they said from Fallout New Vegas. I don't know where you're trying to go with that, or what you're referring to, Meme Knight. Can you give us a bit more?
Yeah, I'd never heard of that myself.
Yeah. Cause fucking Emil had to stress, I am not the one that wanted it set in Boston this time. It's like, yeah, because you're the one that wanted it set in DC and fucked everything. So he had to stress that it was not his fault this time. I'm like,
I don't believe him.
Yeah, I can't trust you, Emil.
Especially since he spends a fair part of his speech saying, hey, this is a city I grew up in. Like, yeah, that's a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, especially when he says, so of course I put my bedroom in it and everything in Fallout 4.
What the fuck does that even mean? Because, like, the picture he shows just looks like a generic bedroom. There's a mattress on a floor and a random poster on the wall.
Emil is setting The Elder Scrolls 6 in Bostonia, a far-off province.
Oh.
They said that in the no-clip documentary about Bethesda Game Studios. Yeah, but I don't know what you're getting at. What do you mean Bethesda wanted it set in a country that's already been destroyed. What? I don't understand what you mean. You're saying they didn't want it in America at all? And then what did Fallout New Vegas do that made them force it into America?
Well, no, apparently they wanted Obsidian to add in a line to New Vegas that said this country didn't actually get destroyed, is what I think he's getting at.
They wanted it to be in a country and lore was completely wiped off the map. And they asked Obsidian to remove the line where they said from Fallout New Vegas. No, that more sounds like they wanted a country completely wiped out of the map with nothing holding them back. But Fallout New Vegas said something so they were forced to put Fallout 4 in Boston?
I don't think Bethesda was forced to do anything because they would just ignore the lore if it was an issue for them.
Yeah, they already say they'll ignore anything that's an issue. So anything Fallout New Vegas did or didn't do wouldn't have mattered to Bethesda at all. They already said that they'll ignore things and change things because they aren't afraid. They're a brave company. And fuck you, Pete Hines. By the way, he's the one that specifically said this.
Yeah, fuck you, Pete Hines.
Yeah, if somebody knows and can like spell it out for us, because this doesn't make sense to me. But if you guys know it and you know what Meme Night's trying to get at, go ahead and put it down. I think he's getting mixed up. They told Obsidian to remove the line about San Francisco. Why? We'll let Buzzard, because Buzzard says they've got it. Yeah, they made race changes mid-game in the Elder Scrolls canon. Yeah, with Skyrim in the Thieves Guild, you have that one lady who can change all your stuff. Actually, I don't know if she can change your race, but I know she can change your appearance and everything else. Also, LT, you were right the first time. Canon, when it comes to lore and story, is one N, so it's CANON, and then cannon with two N's is a artillery piece. That's a good way to look at it. Two N's is artillery, one N is about story and lore.
Yeah.
Demon. Demo Man Chaos says, if I recall correctly, there was going to be a line in New Vegas about San Francisco being destroyed, and Bethesda told them to remove it in case they wanted to use it for future games.
Oh, I think I did hear about that before somewhere.
I forgot it was San Francisco. They originally wanted Fallout 4 to be set in that country. It's not a country. And wanted Obsidian to remove the line where they said that San Francisco was removed from the map. It's not a country.
Did they maybe mean? Did they maybe mean county?
Maybe county. If San Francisco is in a county, so that could work.
Well, I thought, like, all of the U.S. is part of a different county. Like,
yeah,
it's
like
split up into states and split up into counties.
It's the same thing with England. England is in counties.
We have regions here.
Yeah, so that would be kind of your like idea of county, I think. I guess I shouldn't say that. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, so where the states has like Orange County and Clark County and whatever others I can't remember. Here we have regions like Durham region, Peel region. I should be remembering others, but I can't. But even so, Bethesda never really mentions counties in their Fallout games.
Well, looking at this, I don't think it's actually regions. Because it seems more, your regions seem to be more of like areas? That makes sense? God, okay, how to explain counties though? Counties are usually denoted by having 1 or 2 cities in them, and that makes a county.
Yeah.
And has its own ordinance. Oh, so is that kind of what is that kind of what it is in Canada as well?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Maybe the map I'm looking at is a bit weird then. Because it was showing like huge territories. I was like, that's not a county. Whoa, that's way too big. I find for maps on counties has stuff like, this is all Quebec County, and it's like the entirety of Quebec. This is all Ontario County, and it's like it's like a third of all of Canada. Like, I don't think that's right.
Canada has provinces. Well, we're not talking about states and provinces.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about that. Yeah, and so the way to look at it is, within the United States, there are 50 states. Within those 50 states, there are smaller subdivisions known as counties. I believe in, what they be called, levies in England? I think England has levies. But it's the same kind of principle for England and the U.S. LT says, Creetosis, we also have counties.
Oh. Alrighty then. Did not know that.
Yeah, so... like, what's the way to do this? So we can get like an accurate count here. I guess a way to put it is in the United States there is a state called Indiana. In Indiana, its capital is Indianapolis. Indianapolis is a city in the county of Marion. So I think, God, I don't know if that makes things clearer or more muddy. Creetosis Jefferson had it set up like this: state to county to city to township to village. He drew Ohio, Illinois, and Indiana himself. Oh, well, that does explain why we've got kind of nice squares.
Huh.
Yeah, I like our kind of square counties over here. Yeah, a way to think of it is a state in the U.S. is its own kind of country of Europe. Think of it like that. I still to this day question why Bethesda said they had an entire build of Fallout 3 about guns, despite the fact that it was the second worst thing about that game. Yeah. Yeah, that's a question for the ages, for sure.
Yeah.
County is like a collection of cities in a general vicinity. Not normally. Normally, a county has one big city and then a bunch of like villages and towns nearby. Like, it's not always the case. Like, we call it the Greater Indianapolis area for a reason, in that Indianapolis has tons of cities that have kind of been morphed into Indy. But they're still their own cities inside the capital of Indiana.
Fuck.
Oh my god, man, if we actually went to the whole, like, under the jurisdiction of a count, oh boy, that would be interesting. I usually don't say this, but when it comes to Fallout West Coast, Best Coast. Yeah. Hey, it's one of the only times they can make that claim.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. There's a show that's kind of started to not really blow up over here, but it's a show that comes from Canada. I'm trying to remember what it's called, but Creetosis, you might know it. It all takes place around a gas station in Canada.
Oh, Corner Gas?
Yes, Corner Gas.
I never really watched that show. I was never really into it.
Yeah, for whatever reason, it has some great episodes that are pretty funny.
Yeah?
Yeah, especially the grandfather is hilarious. Or I guess father, because I don't think he has children. The main character. He might. I can't remember.
Yeah. I don't think he does.
Yeah, no, it's pretty amusing. Especially because it's kind of a different take of humor, but it's still kind of close to American humor. So it kind of has that nice blend between British humor and American humor in it. Yeah, we started watching that as just a fun, like, little distraction on the side. It's pretty good. Trailer Park Boys is classic Canadians.
Yeah, that's, I watched the fuck out of Trailer Park Boys. That was a good show.
Yeah. The only thing Bethesda does really well in their games is their exploration and world design, is what Meme Knight says. I disagree. Bethesda used to do story and characters very well. Like, Morrowind is a prime example of that. Their worlds are pretty flat, honestly. Like, Patrician brings it up in his thing about Oblivion, and how much their focus on world didn't work because they didn't want things to be too big, so they made, like, Cyrodiil the same size as Vardenfell for some fucking reason.
Oh. Yeah, that was a really bad move.
And then they have, like, distances are completely fucked because you have Leowyn, which is the same distance from the capital of Cyrodiil as it would be to go from the capital of Cyrodiil to Solitude in Skyrim. And it's like, what the fuck? What? So I would personally disagree that they do worlds really well. I think they can fart out a place real fast, but I don't think they do worlds that well. As for exploration, I'd say no because of loot scaling. I mean, world design as in visually, not world building. Kind of. I guess kind of aesthetics aren't bad. Like, they're not like absolute dog shit. That's a good way to look at it, Krauser. To non-US people, each state has counties with different powers. Some have actual government powers like running schools, roads, and utilities. Yeah. Like the county I'm in has its own power facilities and everything like that, and mining operations and school district boards and all that stuff. So basically, it's its own like government entity in and of itself. I don't know if Fallout 3's world looks good. That's the thing. I'm trying to separate it from my subjective opinion that it looks terrible. But I'm trying to think objectively, does Fallout 3 really look good?
I like the design of a lot of the buildings and stuff. I do like the look of Fallout 3's world. If you ignore all the lore and shit. Like,
I think that's my hard hang-up, is trying to get over the fact of how are these people alive?
Yeah. And when I say the look of the world, like, I don't mean Megaton, for example. Living in the crater is retarded. There's no other way around it. It's fucking stupid. But if you were to take some of those elements and place them elsewhere in a way that makes more sense, it would be better.
Or what if Megaton was on top of a hill?
Yeah.
That'd make way more sense.
Yeah. I like the way it looks, but not when you consider like the fact that there's no food, no clean water sources to drink.
Yeah.
From, and if you ignore all that stuff and just like the way it looks.
Yeah, just the pure visual.
Yeah, I like the way it looks, but it needs more for it to make sense.
Yeah.
I think I can agree with that partially on like the outskirts and everything, but when you start going into near the Capitol building and everything like that, I think it is incredibly ugly to look at. Like, you know, it just doesn't feel like... It feels like it's just rubble to be rubble's sake and not like anything was ever done with it. There's no like... Well, as we discovered, there's no plant life in general, but there's no like plants like growing up through everything to show like it's being overtaken and, you know, it's completely fallen or anything like that. It just looks like a really generic battlefield.
Yeah, and one of the things that bugged me about Fallout 4, because when Fallout 4 was coming out, I was still a fucking fanboy, and I was still like, you know, I really looked into it and stuff, and I was like, oh, you know, they're gonna do this and this, and they showed concept art and stuff.
Yeah.
But I ended up getting really disappointed because one of the things they showed was like skyscrapers with like wooden bridges that extend across from each other, you know, like rope bridges. And they have like settlements built into these skyscrapers with like the holes acting as like doorways to multiple, like they created like a community out of like multiple skyscrapers that are close to each other and made a town out of that. And I was like, that's cool. That's the kind of shit I want. Like, that makes sense. You're off the ground away from like the creatures and stuff. You can have gardens and stuff up there.
Yeah.
You could still have, you know, a pump system that runs water up to that stuff.
Yep.
You know, it makes sense, and they never did anything with any of that. That concept art was just useless.
Or put rain catchers up there and shit. Again,
Yeah.
fucking, you're in a swamp. It should be raining like hell.
Yeah.
But actually, you could put. I saw somebody in chat said you can't put a nuke on top of a hill. Oh yeah, here, LT says they couldn't have an epic nuke on a hill, bro.
Yeah.
You actually could. You could have had it by some fluke. The reason this nuke didn't go off was it hit the hill at such an angle, it instead slid down the side of the hill instead of hitting the sensitive cap on the front of the nuke. And so it just hit that hill at just an angle, slid down the hill, maybe makes a bit of a divot all the way down, and now it's resting there with its warhead facing upwards. That could be done. Again, you're already under the assumption that it's a massive miracle that this thing hit on the detonator and didn't go off. So why not make it to where, by some miracle, it hit the edge of this hill and slid down the hill instead of hitting its detonator directly on?
Yeah, and even then it would still be retarded to build a town next to it.
Yeah.
I agree. It'd still be dumb, but they could still have their, like... Or maybe the reason the town built next to it, make, like, a purpose. They figured out how to power the town from the nuke or something. And they, like, maybe erect a bunch of scrap walls around the nuke or anything like that. Like, and there's tons of walls between the nuke and the town itself.
Maybe. Look at all this lead we found. We're gonna put it around the nuke.
The nuke didn't go off because its internals failed. Nukes don't explode on impact. There are backups to get a nuke to go off, but ideally you want a nuke to go off in midair. That's the ideal situation because it causes way more devastation than if it hits the ground. So this should have a town of midgets inside of a nuke. Don't give them ideas, please. I guess I could see that. Like, what if going with that and an EMP blast, because nukes can create EMP blasts from their detonation, what if the nuke was dropped by a plane that was behind in the formation or wherever they did this launch, because the nukes in Fallout 3 are obviously plane carried. It's a big, like, fucking Fat Man, Little Boy bomb type thing. It's not like a Continental warhead or anything like that. So, what if the nuke got hit by the EMP shockwave and the plane and everything went down as well?
Well, that's the thing. The megaton nuke is from a plane that went down.
Yeah. I mean, that's where they get the engine for the thing.
Oh.
The gate.
That is so fucking stupid.
Yeah. Anyway, you know, it's crazy we're putting this much thought into it when Bethesda didn't.
Yeah. Because we actually care about our worlds making sense.
Raging Rat says, do y'all think mods are good or bad things for games? I think they're good.
Good.
Yeah, I think they're good overall. My only problem with mods is people's tendency to say, oh, well, it's fine because you can mod it to be good. Like, no, that...
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like,
When they use it as an excuse for the base game being shit.
Yeah, and not just that. It seems like there's a lot of cases where people are so used to playing a game modded that they forgot what the base game is like. Which is one of my biggest issues, I'd say.
Valve didn't build their entire... Okay. Meme Knight says Valve built their entire career off of mods. TF2, Gmod, Half-Life 2, and Half-Life. Well, Gmod isn't Valve, so that you can throw that one away. Counter-Strike is Valve, though, and that was a mod. Half-Life 1 wasn't a mod. They just used the Gold Source engine, but they came up with a revolutionary new idea to do skeletons inside of models to then animate the skeleton. Yeah, TF2 was a mod from was called Team Fortress, and that was Team Fortress Classic it got turned into. But yeah, Gmod is not Valve owned or operated or anything. That's Face Punch Studios. Wasteland Kitty says it's not the player's job to make the game good. Damn it.
Yeah,
Or, for fuck's
exactly.
sakes. Yeah.
Exactly. Mods should be like icing on a cake. It's not the substance of the content, but it makes it better. That's what
Yeah.
mods should be. And that's not to say people can't make, total conversions or massive new quest lines or lands in a game. Of course they can do that. But mods
Yeah.
shouldn't be you shouldn't need mods to make a game playable or to fix issues with the game. And keep in mind, mods can never fix Fallout 4's story. That shit is locked in stone until Bethesda
Yeah.
decides to take it back. If they
Yeah.
ever decide to take it back, and they probably won't.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to take it back. That's the sad part. Legionary Hunter says skeletons inside the models is a big Carmack energy. It absolutely fucking was. Nobody believed Valve could do it. So that's kind of the reason why the tram ride in Half-Life 1 exists, because they're showing off the fact of, yeah, we got it working. Suck it, nobody that believed in us. Or sorry, suck it, everybody that didn't believe in us.
Fuck. So bad at doing these additions.
Mods are spices. It's like when you get your dinner, then you put some salt on it.
Yes.
You adjust it to your taste. Yeah, exactly. But spices aren't gonna fix the base dish if it's awful.
Yep.
I guess Hunt Down the Freeman is the Dark Souls 2 of the Half-Life franchise. No, because Dark Souls 2 is an official game from Software as much as Miyazaki didn't want it. And Hunt Down the Freeman is some crazy, weird guy's thing of thinking like he's the greatest developer ever. He's God's next Hideo Kojima. Hey, wait, I'm not even kidding, by the way. He was really, yeah, it's, oh boy. Oh, that's harsh on Korean bar. Alright, LT says Bethesda is the Korean barbecue of game design. That's harsh on Korean barbecues. Raging Rat says, sorry guys, I just realized I haven't liked the video. You don't need to.
Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
need to do stuff like that. It's fine.
Yeah, like it if you feel like it. Dislike it if you feel like it. Both agree, both work. I can see what you're saying. Zoyster says, I disagree. Spices are really important at making things taste good and not bland. The thing that I think that they're getting at is that you can add additional spices to it to make it to your taste. Whereas if you're cooking it yourself, salt your pasta water for God's sakes. You know, season your steaks and all that stuff like that. But that should be the standard state of the game or your meal coming out, and then you can add little bits to it if you so desire. But the base version of the food is still good. The base version of the game is still good.
Pagan, your mic.
Ow.
Ah, yes, the disciples of Kojima. Yeah. There was a weird interview I saw with him where he was asked, so do you think that your game will appeal more to the fans of Half-Life, or do you want to bring new people in? And they said both of them. It'll appeal perfectly to both audiences.
Oh.
It was like, oh, that's a bold claim right there. Green Tea says, Cree, have you played a Tales of game before?
Tales of? I don't believe so. What games do they make?
Tales of Berseria, Rise of... was Tales of Rise, I think, is the new one? There's a bunch of Tales of Zasperia, I think, was one.
Yeah,
There's a bunch of them.
yeah, I don't think I've played any of those games.
Yeah, Zoitzer, yeah. I think I've been experimenting with our, oh no, brain. When it comes to chicken, I've been experimenting with, well, first you heat up some oil, you put soy sauce in it, you put some water in it, and the reason you heat up the oil is so that it'll kind of intermix with the water. Put salts and peppers and spices in it, and then you let the chicken sit in it for a long time after it's all cooled down again. You let the chicken sit in it for a few hours, and my brain at the moment cannot remember what that method of cooking is called, and I think I'm gonna go crazy. Yeah, if you've never tried, a little bit of vegetable oil, some water, some soy sauce, some garlic and onion and everything, and then let chicken sit in it for a couple hours. Ooh, makes some real good chicken. Tales of Arise just came out. I heard it's pretty good. Okay. No, it's not marinating so much. This is particularly because it's a... God, it might be marinade because everybody's saying marinade. But I don't think that's right. I think it's called drenching or something.
If you're talking about letting meat soak in a, like basically
brine?
any kind.
Brining.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Basically,
brine and
yeah,
dredge.
brine.
Okay, so it's apparently dredge and brine.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of cooking terms that are all pretty close, but they're different, and they're different for good reasons. Seriously though, if you ever learn one lesson, salt your pasta water. If you ever want to learn how to make pasta instantly better, salt your pasta water, for God's sakes. Don't put oil in it. I see you cheeky people putting oil in your pasta water. Don't do it. You put salt in it. And then if you want another pro tip, once the pasta's been cooking for a while, you take some of that starchy water out of the pasta, and you use that starchy water to get extra sauce out. Like if it's a red sauce or a white sauce and you bought them in a jar, use the starchy water to do it, because it actually blends in better and keeps the sauce thick instead of making it watery. Yeah, there you go. Brine is soaking in salted liquid, so yeah, brine. Because you use soy sauces and stuff like that. You know, Creetosis, actually, if you ever come to visit us over here in the Goofy State, I'll have to make some, like, I'll have to make some food.
Yeah. I have to warn you, I am very picky with what I eat.
Well, hope you'll like... Oh, I've got multiple choices. Hopefully you'll like my 3-meat chili, any of my pastas. I do all kinds of stuff. But the ones I'm most famous for in my family are the 3-meat chili and the dumplings.
Alright.
Yeah, Cooking with Dresker episode 1. Oh, I also made homemade ramen. That actually worked out shockingly well. And that was everything from scratch. Oh, And I guess the other thing I'm most famous for in my family is my mayonnaise crusted turkey. If you cook turkey for Thanksgiving, put a mayonnaise crust on it. Trust me. It keeps the turkey stupidly juicy. It is great. Oil is supposed to lower the surface tension to prevent boilovers, but it doesn't help in my experience. It doesn't, yeah. It doesn't help with boilovers. Literally just pick up your pan for a moment, turn down the temperature slightly, and then put it back down. The moment you pick up the pot or pan, however you're cooking your pasta, the moment you do that, it immediately, well, you'll see that the bubbles and everything will recede. It's kind of cool to watch, actually. But it's how you can save it from boiling over the top of the top of your cooking utility. And what a lot of people use oil for is to keep the pasta from sticking to each other. The salt's gonna help you do that anyways. And then you have when you're draining your pasta, put a little bit of butter in it. And then as you're flipping the pasta in the strainer and everything, that will get it all soaked with butter, which has the added benefit of not letting it stick to the other pasta, but will allow the sauces and everything to actually stick to your pasta, which oil will not. Oil will make all your sauces run off your pasta.
Yeah, putting butter on your pasta is a really good idea, especially like spaghetti and stuff like that. If you don't want it to like dry out and harden and stick to the pot and all that stuff, put a little bit of butter in it.
Yeah. Oh, and here's the thing for you: when you do white sauces from the store, from jars or anything like that, take a bit more of your pasta, your starchy pasta water, put it in with the white sauce in the pan, and then put a little bit of milk in with it. Oh boy, it makes white sauce from the store way richer and creamier. It is delicious. I will admit though, I'm a big fan of garlic, so I love going garlic heavy, but I know a lot of people aren't. So I always have to kind of pull myself back on the garlic train.
That's how I am too.
I always tell them, I'm just trying to fight vampires. Whoa. So far, you cook like a Sims character. So you're screaming and doing the pan back and forth as fire comes up, going whoa, 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 whoa. And while the fire extinguisher floats in an imaginary bubble above your head. God, I love Simlish. It's so funny.
Simlish?
Yeah, that's what the Sims speak, because they don't want them to actually speak actual words. They want it to sound like language, but not have actual words in it, so they speak gibberish. We grow some foods here. And I guess another good thing to keep in mind, like we have some tomato plants and some garlic and some onions, green onions in particular, is take any eggshells you have, crush them up, and sprinkle them into the soil that you're working with.
Yeah, we do that sometimes.
Yeah.
Also, banana peels. Put your banana peels in your garden.
We have a composter. I said throw it in the composter and do that. But we need to do it more often because, you know, but nobody wants to be the one to get up and actually rotate the composter every day.
Yeah.
Sims
Ow.
scream at the fire hoping it magically goes out. Yeah. Reminds me of Rag's dating advice. Take that bitch to the zoo. And then I'd be like, yeah, and then cook her pasta. It's real simple to cook pasta. It's real easy to mess up too, but it's not hard to make pasta to a degree that normal people will enjoy it. You compost everything, even got coffee grounds from a shop in town? Nice. Have you ever tried pasta with salmon? Yes. It's really good. I agree.
Yeah.
Salmon is just a good... I like fish in general, though, but I like salmon a lot.
I don't really like salmon by itself too much, but when it's mixed with other stuff, I really like it.
I think my favorite fish has to be mackerel, and when it's in, oh my god, brain, when it's in sushi form, good god. Whoa, oh, we got there eventually, but man, that was a rough journey. I can't believe I forgot sushi. Yeah, there's a place I'll tell you about after this, Pagan, by the way. I'll tell you about a place that has really good sushi.
Alright.
I
I don't eat much sushi. I'm more of a
So-
catfish, bass fish kind of guy, and then I just cut it up, fillet it, and
Well, this
cook it in a
place
skillet.
does that too.
Sorry, just quickly. I'm at the last boss of Disc 3, or I'm about to start the fight, and there's a good chance I'm going to get fucking stomped here. I had trouble
Ooh,
with this
nice.
last time.
Yeah, don't take your date to the movie theater. Always take as Rags would say, take that bitch to the zoo, and I love that advice.
Uh-oh. The next scene isn't loading again. God damn it!
What the fuck?
Did you save right before though, at least?
I did save right before.
Oh, thank
Okay,
God.
that works.
God, that's so annoying.
That seems to happen a lot.
This is the third
Yeah.
time it's happened. It's really annoying. By the way, your mic is still going off.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
Goddamn fan.
You should just do push to talk. That's what I do.
Yeah. Man, it's such a tense moment. The music's going, you're ready to fight, and then it doesn't load, and you have to restart and go through the menus again. And then go through switching all the discs again because it's on the PlayStation Mini. Modded PlayStation Mini.
Yep. Gosh, talking about fish is starting to get me a little hungry. Yeah, I know, same here. And I just had a really good chicken sandwich from Burger King. It was really, really good.
I just went up and got some barbecue chicken and some Alfredo pasta.
Best first date place, jury duty. Oh.
Ha!
You know what? Juror number 11, you're looking kind of fire. It's like,
I would not be surprised at all if that's how it happens for some people.
yeah. Oh,
You,
boy.
you're part of the jury for this horrific murder trial, but it's like, yeah, I want to fuck that bitch on the jury.
Yeah. also been debating on if there's a game I want to do kind of a big long form critique instead of just doing a review, but doing an actual critique video of some game. But I can't decide what game I will want to do that on. So I think for the first one, I'd want it to be a game I actually enjoy, so I wouldn't go insane.
Oh, this cunt is really starting off with this attack. Time to put the controller down for 5 fucking minutes. Juror number 4 is thick.
Have any of y'all tried kebab sandwich or something like that? I did, and I found it really delicious. I have not, but we don't have a lot of, Turkish sort of influences around here. Turkish, Hungarian, no, there's no kind of like that kind of cultural influence around here as much. We have a lot of Asian influence, though. A lot of Asian influence. And of course, we got a lot of Mexican influence as well, so there's a lot of good Mexican food here.
Yeah, Mexican and Asian seems to be the most popular things around here too.
Yep.
Yeah, usually here, if it's not...
I wouldn't do Fallout 4 meme night, not at all. Because I could never bring myself to even finish that game, so... I can't stand Fallout 4.
I'm not even sure if that's his longest attack animation, Tyler. I remember there being a longer one, so, you know.
You don't have any good, like, Creole restaurants or anything there? Oh, that sucks. Creole and Cajun food is great. Ooh, there's some updates to Sven Co-op. I didn't see this before. Alright, grabbing those. Yeah, I think a lot of people are kind of shocked. So Meme Knight says, just finished watching Creetosis response to Matten's Fallout 3 video. And I'm still astonished John said Lanius is just some guy with a straight face.
Oh, his whole argument there is fucked.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck. Ah, I missed the last one.
Oh boy. Hey, King Roo says, hey Creetosis or Setch, you guys are the CEO of the Elder Scrolls. I don't know what that means. Could you guys tell me the difference between the schools of magic, destruction, conjuration, restoration, etc.? Well, it seems to change per game, unfortunately, King Roo.
Yeah, especially when an entire school of magic is fucking eliminated. It's put face down in a ditch and shot 3 times in the back of the head. So the remaining spells that school had is put to the other schools. So for example, Soul Trap was a mysticism spell. And for some reason that's now conjuration, even though it makes no goddamn sense.
Yeah. And stuff like... for whatever reason, Conjuration also has wards. Or, sorry, Restoration has wards for some reason, and I'm like, why? Why do you have wards? Seems more like that should be Alteration or Mysticism.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Oh, it's fucking weird.
So...
What they did, and if I remember right, Patrician said for Oblivion, they needed to crunch everything down so that the 4 main playstyles all had like the same number of options or something. Like it was something goofy like that, which is why there's no longer axes on its own. There's no longer spears at all. There's no longer like swords and daggers on their own.
Oh yeah, because of the skill crunch.
Yeah, they wanted everything to have the same number of choices.
Who shot Hannibal? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because of skill crunch, and this is worse in Skyrim because there's still more magic skills than combat or stealth. So their solution to that was to have alchemy and enchanting be half and half with stealth and combat.
Yeah.
And then combat and stealth shared archery because combat had the least now. Stealth had 1 more than combat, and magic had 1 more than stealth, 2 more than combat.
I really just... The entire thing in Skyrim is just so fucking bad. And I cannot wait to go into just how awful, like, the Mages Guild especially is in Skyrim. It is shocking. Like, at least, that's the thing that I agree with Patrician with. What makes House Telvanni such a great magic school or magic faction was the fact that you had to know magic abilities, or if you really want to be pedantic, you could get scrolls to cast magic spells for you to even talk with them.
Yeah.
But you also were rewarded in new magic spells.
And they had some exclusive ones too, didn't they?
Yeah. It's like, wow, a magic faction that decides to pay you by teaching you how to become more powerful in magic?
Yeah, that's my favorite part about Telvanni is, yeah, they're constantly giving you items or teaching you spells. Because that makes sense for a faction based around fucking magic.
Yep. God, and the fucking enchanting in Skyrim. Oh god.
Oh. Man, I keep fucking up these additions. Don't even have this bastard to half health yet.
So, like... Well, one, as Patricia points out, it's absurd that mages outlawed levitation spells in Oblivion. And then in Skyrim, enchanting, you can't have somebody enchant things for you, or enchant based off of spells you already know, or anything like that, or your own logic and intelligence. No, you need to kill an item to then learn how to make said item. It's so dumb.
It is really dumb.
It's funny. ESO actually gets around this problem. What you do is you research the item.
Well, I like how, I'm pretty sure it's Patrician who pointed it out, that, levitation is illegal, but, that doesn't stop people from raising the dead or committing other crimes for being illegal, but levitation, no, that's a bridge too far.
Oh, and don't forget Mark and Recall, teleportation is
Oh.
illegal. And then he says, I don't know if I want to join this Dark Brotherhood. This guy's clearly using Mark and Recall. I think that's a bit too much for me. Oh. Do any
Fuck.
of you guys watch or know Never Knows Best? I do not, and I don't know who that is.
The name sounds familiar, but I don't know. I don't think I've seen any of their videos before.
Yeah. It doesn't even sound familiar to me, unfortunately.
Man, I'm surprised Lloyd hasn't used his one fuck off attack yet.
I really wish Dragon Age never went to shit. It started as such a good series. Yeah. I don't think Origins was as great as people make it out to be, but it wasn't bad by any means. And I actually enjoyed the concept of Dragon Age 2. I like that you got to see your decisions influence the city over time. Turns out it was really shallow, unfortunately. And I just like the more grounded nature of the story. But, oh man, they chuffed everything. Hey, this guy is on our side, and blood magic is bad, you know. But I guess one thing I've learned, even though he'll stand with us and he's shown that he's a powerful ally, we'll turn to blood magic. No, what? No! Why? All of the Templars think we're all blood mages, so you know what? We're all gonna turn into blood mages. Like, oh, why did you do that? Yeah, Dragon Age 2 was definitely rushed. And then we get Inquisition, and that has so many problems. It's a single-player MMO, for God's sakes. No, that was in Morrowind, where they say no recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. That was Dagathur who tells you that.
Yeah.
Once you confront him, there is no going back.
Yeah, and that's done for obvious reasons, because you break the game if you teleport out. But it's also explained in lore that he's just that fucking powerful that he can do that.
Yeah, he is literally a god, same as the Tribunal. He is a living god. Which is why it feels so good to fucking topple his ass. But it would have been interesting if you could actually side with Dagathur. That would have been interesting.
I would have loved to have seen that.
Plus, I like that you got to kill Almalexia. That was fun. Because she is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Man, Inquisition could have been such a good game too, but oh my god, nothing makes sense. That game, oh boy. Oh, you were doing okay, I see. But in Oblivion, Todd clearly stated that. Okay, I see. You were doing a full, like... You were doing the... Man, I love the main character of Zelda. He's such a cool dude. Yeah, it's that same basic kind of joke. Yeah, that makes sense.
There is a Fallout New Vegas mod that allows Dagathur to be your companion. What?
Yes,
I need to get this mod. Holy shit.
People have used it to set up some funny stuff. Some funny meme videos.
Yeah? I have never heard of that before.
Japanese games, JRPGs especially, usually don't have an illusion of choice. You will play on rails and you will like it. Right? You will like it. Oh, that's horrible.
And just for anyone who's watching the game, the attack he just used on my character in Dragoon form is an insta-kill, but I've got an item that avoids that.
Wow.
That fucking joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good fucking, yeah. Got like the shame for the spray. Yeah, but it was cut very, very early. Like, Patrician went through the whole thing. It's like, if it was in the game, it had to have been cut incredibly early.
What?
The ability to join Dagathur.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mass Effects are very short RPGs for being RPGs. They are very short. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. Buy Skyrim again, God Howard. I still love when we were doing the stream yesterday, and I was going through all the dungeons looking for puzzles on my character finds the puzzles, who I jokingly said was gifted immortality by Uncle Sheo.
Yeah.
So that they could go insane. I said, this is the song that my character's listening to the entire time. And I played the Dagather fanfiction
Yes!
for 10 hours.
I love that video.
And I can't remember what it was. There was a quest that I did, and I said, no, this is more appropriate. So I played the Running in Circles song from Young Scrolls.
Yes! Dude, that song... I first heard of it through Pretition's video.
Yeah.
God, I keep fucking up his name. But,
Partition, yeah.
yeah, Patrician.
Wow, I just said partition because you said it first. I just did the thing you did the other day.
Oh, I beat the boss, by the way.
Yeah, so Patrician. Yeah. Oh. I hate the way the human mind works sometimes.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I heard that song in his video, and I've been listening to it since. It is way catchier than it has any fucking right to be. The only lyric for the song is "knee."
Yeah. And
But
the
it's-
Targonian makes a return, which is fucking great.
But it is legitimately a good song.
It is. Yeah, it was the same thing for me with Dagather fanfiction. I hadn't heard that before.
You never heard that before?
I hadn't heard it before. And when he's going across the water, he's like, by the way, giving her increased move speed and water walking was a mistake. And then he shows her, like, suddenly chase after a slaughterfish, running away from where the quest needs to end. And he's like, oh no. And he just starts playing Dagather fanfiction as he's chasing her down and trying to go underwater to kill the slaughterfish. It's so good.
It is great.
Since you have mentioned both Creetosis, which do you think is better, The Simpsons or Futurama? I say Futurama.
I say Futurama because I think the last season or two might have gone down in quality. I'd have to watch it again. It's been years. But the most important thing is it ended while it was still good. The Simpsons is a fucking shambling zombie corpse of what it once was.
Yeah, I think early Simpsons is way better than Futurama.
Oh yeah, way better.
But yeah, it's lived way too long. It's gone way past its prime.
Yeah.
And it's very depressing.
Legitimately, to quote Neil Young's song, it's better to burn out than to fade away. Simpsons would have been better off to die while it was still good, rather than losing everything that made it good and becoming whatever the fuck it is now.
Yeah, I agree. I beat the Mass Effect trilogy in around 20 hours each. I'm 32 hours into Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, and I've just recently finished the second act. Only 60 more hours to go to beat the game. That's the joke we make about Divinity Original Sin 2. When somebody's like, yeah, I'm about 40 hours into the game, and we're like, oh my god, you're almost out of the tutorial. And people are like, what? It's like, no, the game isn't actually that ridiculously long, but the tutorial is the entire island. But yeah, we make that joke the same. We do those kind of jokes too. Man, I have 230 hours in Divinity Original Sin 2. Good God. Oh man, that would be a good... Maybe I should do that. I should go with Divine Divinity. Ooh. That would be fucking interesting. Go through a whole series retrospective of the Divinity games. So that people know, like, the history of it and where everything takes place and what happens. Ooh. Okay, I think I know what my critique video is going to be. Man, I think there's only one thing I really didn't like in Divine Divinity, and it's the ending. If you were a spellcaster, they really try to give you the middle finger in the end of the game. Like, oh yeah, you thought you were powerful, you liked being super strong? Well, enjoy rooms filled with 20 demons, asshole. It's like, no, please, no.
Oh man, the moment of truth is coming up for this playthrough. So, I've mentioned this before on stream, and when I played this game last, like really played through it last, 10 years ago in fact, I got to the end of Disc 3. I got past the final cutscene, and it told me to insert Disc 1, not Disc 4. And it sent me to the fucking debug room, and I couldn't get past it and couldn't finish the game. I have next to no fucking memory of Disc 4. So, it could go one of two ways here. This could kill the fucking playthrough right here. Not this moment, I have to get to the place where the cutscene is. Or, I'm going into basically new fucking territory.
Ooh, well,
because,
enjoy.
Yeah, I am looking forward to going through Disc 4 and learning everything that was in there again, because, yeah, last time I saw anything from that was when I was a kid.
Alright, I will be right back 1 second. I'm gonna fill up my water and go to the bathroom. So be right back.
Wow, that's some Bethesda quality bug right there. I don't know if it's a bug because I was playing it on an emulator. So I don't know if it was some kind of detection thing that went, fuck you, at the last second. So, I'm hoping, I'm fucking praying that we don't get the debug room error. That fight actually did go a lot easier than I thought it would, too. I'm happy about that.
have returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, the fight did go a lot easier than I thought it would, but it might also be because I have a super powerful item equipped on Dart, so yeah. I also might have overleveled him a bit when I was practicing additions and grinding gold.
Yeah, maybe.
So yeah, in the worst case scenario that the run ends here, the playthrough ends here, my alternative would be to break out the actual PlayStation 1 and my physical copy of the game and get an adapter for HDMI so I can play through that all the way to this point and then stream the finale on original hardware and discs. So,
Cool. Well, we'll see how that goes.
hopefully it doesn't come to that because, so I moved a couple years ago to where I am now, and it was only intended to be like short term because we were going to move somewhere else, and that didn't end up happening. So a lot of my shit is still in fucking boxes, and I have no fucking idea which box the PlayStation 1 and Legend of Dragoon are in.
Well, I wish you good luck in finding it.
Thank you. I want to do this fight. Ah.
Oh yeah, also on the stream where we were doing the looking for puzzles thing,
Yeah?
I tried my hardest to get any of the whole thing where electricity's supposed to do magicka and health damage.
Okay.
And I was testing to see, I'm like, does this even fucking work? Does it stop anybody from casting spells at all? Because the stamina one doesn't work at all. We know that for sure, because you can literally do anything even if you have one stamina.
Yeah, stamina doesn't seem to do much in Skyrim. In Morrowind, at least, you can knock people down.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could do that in
So-
Oblivion or not either, but...
Yeah, so I don't think I couldn't get anything to work. I couldn't stop anybody from casting spells.
So that proves
And
it for...
that's why I put it in the script. I'm like, I don't know if I'm just doing something wrong, but I have tested
Oh,
this
there-
multiple times.
There's another way you could test this. You can make a mod with an NPC that has lots of magic. Sorry, lots of spells and low magic, but lots of health. So they'll survive long enough for you to test if it actually drains their magic or not. The thing with that, though, is the fact that if you can't get it through normal gameplay, that's already, like, super fucked. So,
Yeah.
proving it by making this character in a mod would only prove whether it's actually functional or not. Not that it has an effect on gameplay, which it appears to not have an effect.
And I especially said it especially doesn't work on legend difficulty at all.
Oh,
Because your damage is cut in half. So your magicka damage you're doing to their magicka bar is only half as well. So yeah. I've never stopped any NPC from casting spells by using electrical attacks. Ever. So that's why I put in, originally in the script we had, it was going to be a joke where the Simpsons thing, nothing at all came up. But I felt like, no, it probably does do something, but it's so meaningless, it just feels like nothing at all. Like, yeah.
Stamina
And
only serves for sprinting power. Sorry, sprinting, power attacks, and bash.
Yeah, in Skyrim.
Yeah. And enemies don't seem to use those, so...
And carry capacity. Because don't forget, they also remove stuff like being able to burden the enemy, so you can make them fall on their ass if you like gave them a 100-pound burden. Which even fucking Oblivion kept burden and shit like that, but oh, that's all gone.
See, I never used Burden because it seemed kind of pointless to me, just for the fact that, enemies don't usually have that much in their inventory that they would get that close to,
Yeah.
Burden affecting them. Because that's mainly a player thing, because you're running around with, like, 20 swords in your inventory. Most enemies only have one.
Enemies do have MP pools, as enough lightning spells can stop one of the wyverns, they're not true dragons, from using their breath weapon. That actually makes less sense.
Yeah, because the breaths are shouts, not Oh my god.
It's Boom, not Magicka.
It never fucking ends.
Yeah, if it does actually do that, that's completely fucked.
Die. Hard blade.
Oh my god. Yeah, every time I ever tried to use it on a Magicka character, they already threw out like 10 times the spells it would require to kill me on legendary difficulty. I never once got to stop them, and by the time we could have possibly had them stopped, they died, and I was using like the weakest spells I possibly could, giving them the most ability to actually survive long enough to even drain their pool. I mean, I was going through all the spells, but yeah, it was just nothing was working to drain the Magicka. Although I do agree that they're not actually dragons in Skyrim, they're more wyverns.
Yeah.
Which was a weird choice that they had to keep because of what they did in Oblivion, where Akatosh is a wyvern for some reason. Or wyvern, however you want to pronounce it. Wyvern or wyvern, either work.
And just so you know, we do have a cutscene coming up. I'll let you know when we're close to it.
Alright, copy.
Man, I am so happy I managed to get good at doing that addition. Because I fucked that up for so long.
I wonder if we should, like, go into detail of who specifically wrote each of the quest lines and guilds.
I don't
know
even...
Patrician did it, but...
I'm not sure if that's necessary for what we're doing, though, because we're going more... I can't say more, but we're doing... We're focusing on what the story is and how functional it is, not...
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, because to me, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who wrote it. If it's good, it's good. If it's garbage, it's garbage. If ML Pagliarillo does an amazing fucking story, you know what? I'll fucking say good job to him. But I don't think that's going to happen. The only time where I'm concerned about the writer for stuff like that is, oh, what's that? ML's the lead writer? Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah, Game of Thrones also had wyverns in it, which is weird. But, to be fair, that's kind of what they're described as in A Song of Ice and Fire. I mean, granted, if you don't have wyverns in your universe, if that's literally the only thing you've ever known and you just called them dragons, it's understandable.
Die. Hard blade.
By the way, I do like a lot of the sigils for the houses in A Song of Ice and Fire compared to their ones that they've got in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, the descriptions of them in the book sound so much cooler than a lot of them we see in the show.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, too, is you'd think for the show they'd be able to do them so much better than what words could describe. How can you fuck that up?
Who fucking knows? I mean, dragons are mythological creatures, so I guess you can design them as you wish in your game.
Yeah.
While understandable, there are known, like, it's not an unknown in our world what they're supposed to look like. Again, they're mythological, they don't actually exist, but we know, like, a Western dragon, it has 2 front limbs, 2 back limbs, with 2 wings on the back, and a long tail, and breathes fire. In Asia, they have 2 front limbs, 2 back limbs, are slender like a noodle, and they have all kinds of magical properties, one of the biggest ones being water. And in Mayan culture, theirs wasn't actually called a dragon, that just got translated to, it's actually called a winged serpent.
Yeah, the winged serpent. Ooh, that thing was weird.
Yeah, Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, I was gonna say Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, when you hear Greasy Randy made your build engine level and it isn't shit, surprise Pikachu face. Pretty much.
Huh.
At any rate, we're kind of getting past the whole thing because we're focusing on the idea of if it's a dragon, if it's a wyvern thing. When really, as we said, it makes no sense that the magicka thing works on the dragons in Skyrim because it's not magicka. Their abilities are thumes, not actually magicka. So that's so fucked.
Fuck. Yeah. If that really is... God damn it. That means we're gonna have to test it out.
Yeah. Well, fuck it, I'll just do it right now. I'll load up
Aw.
finds the puzzles. I'll do it right now.
I wish you luck. I'm sorry you have to deal with it.
Oh shit, I have to do the first dragon.
Well, you could test it on him, can't you?
Go to Alvor and fucking then go to Whiterun and listen to the most incompetent Jarl in the entire game talk nonsense. Oh no.
Yeah, and having gone through that again recently, it bugs me that his, I guess, Stewart?
Steward, yeah.
Yeah, the Breton guy. Well, what's up with all this Nord nonsense? Like, why would you say that in front of Nords? Like, you're disrespecting their entire culture.
Not to mention, he's supposed to be the diplomat and the guy who runs the hold in the day-to-day.
Yeah.
It's just like, what the fuck?
Like, even if you think it's nonsense, you don't say that in front of your fucking... the people you serve.
Yeah. Wait a second, I need to load the correct save. Because I was doing some funky shenanigans trying to get quest progress so I can unlock the 2 Thieves Guild dungeons to check if they've got puzzles in them. One of them is pretty much a guarantee that it has a puzzle in it. I just don't want to do the fucking Thieves Guild quests. Alright, well, God. Okay, 300 speed multiplier. Let's go to Whiterun. Sorry, I'm gonna go to Dragon's Reach specifically itself. Oh wait, I can't. I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to go talk to fucking Alvor. I have to talk to him.
Rip.
Yeah, fuck. God, I can't wait to go into the story. It's gonna be amazing how much we're gonna have to talk about how this doesn't work even from square one.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting. The game seems to trip over itself every few minutes.
Yep. Alright, here we go. Start your conversation about the dragons and blood people.
Oh shit, I just fucking left the area. That's stupid of me. Just use console commands to spawn a dragon in. That's set health 999.
Oh, actually, that's a good idea. Yeah, hold on. Where do I want to go? Let's find some wilderness thing and I'll just spawn a dragon in. Wilderness location where there's basically nothing nearby. I'll just kill everything here at the Talking Stone Camp. Fuck it. And we'll just use this area. Yeah, I got Thunderbolt on. Nice. Bye, giant. Giant. Also, it is amazing in Skyrim how it requires you to have so many more levels if you want to actually be a mage than to do anything else. It is fucking, ugh.
Die. Hard blade.
Okay.
Die. Hard blade.
All right, quick save. Okay, set av health. That when we have it targeted. Got it. Okay. Zero 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 F8 0 FA.
Die. Hard blade.
Man, I don't remember any of this right now.
Do you know the command offhand to spawn an NPC?
Player dot place at me.
Okay.
Fuck. Ah, motherfuck.
Alright, hide.
I have a question. Have you guys tried Final Fantasy VII, the original? I've played like a half hour to an hour of it, and I haven't played any more. I've been meaning to, I just haven't gotten around to it. I'll probably stream it and Final Fantasy IX someday. No guarantee on any of the others, especially the newer ones. I'll probably, avoid those.
I can't set health for some reason on the dragon.
No?
Yeah.
Mod
The
AV?
script- It says script is not found for set health, even after I did the PRID command to grab...
No.
dragons.
It's not set health anymore. It's mod AV, I think dot health? I think that's how it works.
Unknown reference object mod AV.
Really? We might have to look it up then.
Set AV health is what they're saying. So it's not set health anymore.
Hmm.
So I need to get the ID and then set health. Okay. That's not found? Okay.
Rip.
Yeah, not found. Oh. Okay, so I need to. Oh. That dot set av health and then okay, all right. That fucking worked. Okay. Oh, all right. Well, that's fixed. Okay. Time to test. Get back.
Yeah, this is weird. I don't remember this entire section of the game leading up to the cutscene.
Okay, now that I've set his health to like 9,999,000,000, you know, now I've set it to that. Now let's see if I can stop it on easy so I don't have anything nerfed on my, like, damage. Down here, you fuck.
Motherfuck.
Oh my god, I think they're right.
Really?
Yeah, he just went, hurt, and nothing came out.
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah, hurt, nothing came out. Hurt, nothing came out again. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't believe it. That's
Wow.
so dumb.
Holy shit.
Hey, he's literally trying to melee me right now.
That...
It's so stupid.
I can't believe this. This is... this is insane! Wait, does this work on, Draugr and Ulfric as well?
Dude. Oh my god.
Oh,
that's
shit.
Hilarious.
I'm gonna have to test that. If you could prevent
Oh.
Ulfric from using shouts by electrocuting him... Wow.
No fucking sense. And the dragon keeps having to land because he can't use his breath attack. Yeah, he keeps trying to come up and melee me now because he can't do it. He keeps doing herk, like he's trying, but nothing comes out.
That is 110% going in the fucking script. Holy shit.
Wow. That is so embarrassing.
By the way, everyone, we'll probably be ending the stream soon. I just want to get past this upcoming cutscene and onto the third disc. Creetosis, it works on Draugr, not sure about Ulfric. Oh my god. That is so fucked. So it doesn't work on actual magic, but it works on shouts? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, that is so
'Cause-
fucking dumb.
Because the shouts still have cooldowns for the NPCs. Because when I installed a cooldown remover mod all those years ago when I played, I was getting, like, spam shouted at by Draugr and Ulfric.
Jesus.
For fuck's sake, Bethesda.
Can't fucking believe it.
So just quickly for everyone in chat, the ghost that's in front of our characters now, she was a Dragoon in life, and she was the one that has the light Dragoon spirit. She was originally going to be a boss fight, but they cut her out because it would be literally impossible to beat her, because her main spells are healing, so she would always fucking heal herself.
Alright, I'm recording this. I'm recording how dumb this is. Alright, gonna mute myself in Discord real quick.
Alright. How's everyone doing in chat? Hope you're doing well.
Actually, how the heck do I deafen myself? Alright, I'll jump back in the call here in a second. That's what I'll do. I'll jump out of the call and then I'll jump back in. So
Alright.
I'll be right back.
I've tried to play Legend of Dragoon, but I never make it very far. I just go back and replay Breath of Fire every time I attempt it. Legend of Dragoon is really worth going through if you can manage to stick with it. It is a great game. But Breath of Fire 3 is one of my all-time favorites too. I need to finish up the playthrough on that as well. God, I'm not fighting these fuckers again. Doing good. Got a headache because my prescription glasses are due and it's straining my eyes. Sorry to hear about the headache, but glad you're doing good otherwise.
Okay. Yeah, I got plenty of footage for us to use.
Oh, buying
Times where he did hurt And then 2 times where he opened his mouth and nothing came out.
Wow. Buying Skyrim Anniversary Edition is the Dark Souls of buying Skyrim again.
Oh, yeah. It really is.
These fuckers aren't letting me escape. All I want is the goddamn Stardust!
I have
Fucking
never stopped a
cunts.
single normal mage from using Magicka. I have never stopped one before. This is ridiculous to a whole new level. Though it is funny to see like a dragon be completely impotent. That is pretty fucking funny.
I wonder if we can work in a joke about, I guess impotency, needing Viagra to do their shouts.
Yeah. Oh, what's wrong? What's wrong, Alduin? Can't get it up anymore?
Dark Souls Remastered is Skyrim Remastered Edition of Dark Souls.
Demon's Gate.
Alright, let me kill this dragon real quick. Oh my god, the kill command didn't work on the dragon. Oh my god, it still doesn't work on the dragon.
Rip. The Staff of Magnus and the Special Lightning one work on dragons too. Beat Alduin like a bitch with it. Oh boy.
Man, I can't wait to show my stream how fucked that is. It's gonna be great. Hey, you know what? I'll spawn in Ulfric real quick and we'll give him a metric shit ton of health.
Yeah.
And I'll attack him. I just can't get this dragon to go away though. Hey, would you die for me, please? Oh! He just fell over dead. He landed and died.
Ulfric?
Thank you, console command. No, the dragon.
Oh.
It's like the game needed to wait for him to actually land and then he could die.
Oh.
Wait,
That is
that's
pathetic.
perfect. Remember, the dragons always land after a certain amount of damage. So I think the game might actually require a dragon to be on the ground to die.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Oh no.
Wow.
Oh no.
Oh, this game is just getting worse and worse. What though? I'm gonna enjoy. What was the spawn command?
Player dot place at me. Fuck.
Just tell them if you know any true sons or daughters of Skyrim, tell them to head to Windhelm.
Wait, is Ulfric acting like...
Yes, Ulfric Stormcloak wants to see them.
He's acting like a generic Stormcloak?
Yes, I just screenshotted it.
What?
He actually has dialogue for it too.
Wait, in his voice?
In his voice.
Why the fuck?
I don't know.
Why the fuck?
Oh my god. Oh wait, I gotta get rid of his essential flag too. I guarantee it gave him his essential flag. Ah, fuck, it doesn't matter.
Die. Hard blade.
Okay, gave him health.
My uncle owned this game. Some of the discs got lost. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Well, he hasn't tried to shout me yet.
Oh
He keeps trying
no.
to swing at me with a sword. I'm trying to get some range to see if that'll trigger it. Yeah, I'm kind of having fun, Ulfric. I'm showcasing how busted this game is. Yeah, he keeps trying to back off like he's gonna do a shout, and then he just stands there. And then he comes back to hit me with a sword. The fact this fucking works on shouts of all things. Oh my god. Oh, this is embarrassing. The one thing that this shouldn't affect, and it affects it.
Oh my god. Was he using shouts before you used it on him? Because that's...
Here, let's try. Let's
Yeah.
stop using it on him. Let's do it.
God, I am not in the mood for dealing with these enemies right now.
Otherwise, I might have to get on my other character, which I think still has a save in Windhelm.
I thought everyone knew that it worked on shouts. It's in the wiki, for fuck's sake. I don't check the wiki.
Dude, that's not the problem here.
Yeah, that's not
Problem
even the
is-
problem.
The problem is shouts are not magical.
Well, it is a secondary magic system, but they're not magica, so...
Yeah, it's just throwing your voice. It's not actually magicka based.
Yeah. And the spell does say, drains magica, so...
He hasn't been doing anything on me. I think I'm gonna need to get on my one character that does the final fight with
Well, what you can do is disable this one and, spawn in another.
Okay.
That'd probably be easier. And just so you know, I think we're coming up on cutscene, so... Unless there's a little bit more to go. Yeah, there's a bit more to go.
He hasn't tried to use a shout yet. Let me get him to like half health and see if that'll trigger it. Okay. He backed off. He didn't do it again. Yeah, I might have to, yeah.
Fuck.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go on my other character to do this. The
Alright.
one that's at the Battle of Windhelm. I mean, it's fine, you know. Like I said, I'll just set his self ridiculously high, and then we'll try it.
Why can a robot run away in fear? Oh well.
Oh no, am I already past? Shit. Please, please tell me. Please tell me I'm not past it. Please tell me I'm not past. Okay, good. I'm not past it here. Oh, I gotta do the Battle of Whiterun again. Blech. Well, I was tempted to set move speed 3000, but no, let's not do that.
I think we're coming up on the cutscene, so...
Okay, copy.
Oh, wait, that... I thought for sure that would have led to the cutscene. What am I missing here? Is this it? Yes, looks like it's probably it. After another fucking battle.
Who the fuck is this random Khajiit? In ebony, in full ebony armor? What the fuck?
Hard blade.
I just got attacked by some random Khajiit in full ebony armor. And he was a spellcaster. The hell?
Yeah, that's random.
Yeah, it was really fucking random. Alright, Dragon's Reed.
Okay, yeah, this looks like it's story progression. Yep,
Okay.
cutscene time.
It's been a while. Rose, Dart. Father?
Oh, it cannot be!
The, voice acting there was a little bit tism, but still.
I forgot how awful this conversation is you have with the Jarl of Windhelm.
Yeah?
I forgot how stupid it is. Like, It's gonna need to be the fucking EFAP treatment where you pause after every single fucking sentence they say because it's wrong.
Wait, which Jarl again?
Yarrow Bull Griffin Whiterun.
Oh.
And what will you have me do? Yeah, not to mention how bad the battle is, but I love how he's like, Preventus is such a fucking idiot. By the way, the rebellion is marching armies on your city. Ah, I see. And what would you urge, Preventus? As in all things, caution, my lord. Let's wait and see. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Did you not just hear? They're marching armies towards your city. How dumb are you people? Oh fuck. I forgot you can break the entire scripting too. Oh god. You know that whole awful scene where the scout shows up and he's like telling him, no, take your breath, scout. I don't need to hear what you need to say.
Yeah.
I forgot if you talk with the legate just immediately, like, psychically stands up and goes, the Stormcloaks are here. It's time to fight.
Huh.
It totally skips that entire cringy ass fucking, why didn't you say so earlier? But sir, you told me not to. Wow, look, they're bombarding the city. Wouldn't this be so cool if it wasn't so lame because there's no destruction or anything? Wow! Oh, this is gonna be so painful. It's gonna be so painful. Oh god, I have to do all of the quests to take all of the fucking forts too. Creetosis, just kill me.
I can't.
Fucking end it.
Just use cheats to get through it. Kill all. Kill all, kill all, kill all. Until you win all the You can't?
Yeah, I can't at this moment. Not Whiterun because of these fucking other plebeians here, and it does funny things with the flags. I will absolutely when I get to the forts. This is kind of funny though, since I've got God mode on. I'm just sitting here spamming my most powerful lightning strikes on everything, so they're just dying instantly. Why did you run through the fire? That was your fault, Stormcloak, not mine. Why do you keep running through the fires? Oh shit, that's a friendly out here in the field with me. Whoops. And it's one of the friendlies you can't kill because they're essential flagged. So I don't want to accidentally make the Legion pissed at me. Or sorry, the Imperial Legion pissed at me. Sorry, I had a moment where I thought I was in New Vegas. There, it's over. Yeah, the Jarl of Whiterun who doesn't even fight for his own city. Fucking piece of shit. Oh cool, I can report to General Tullius. Yay. Bye. Which game do you think is better? They're both terrible. Fallout 4 or Skyrim?
Fuck Fallout 4.
Oh god.
It is
Yeah,
so much
Fallout
worse.
4. Fallout 4 ruined an entire universe. Skyrim is just terrible. I'm promoting you to Quest Star. Oh, I need to set my carry weight, I forgot. Oh, I forgot. I need to change my carry weight. There we go. I don't want any internet, any disruptions. Yeah. I know you can just leave the Battle of Whiterun, but oh man, it's so much faster just to get it done. Alright, let's do the false report bullshit. Oh, don't remind me, I have to go do the crown thing. Oh wait, no, I already did the crown thing. Yeah. Whoa. Whew.
And that's disc 3 complete. And let's see where this goes. Yes! Yes! Please insert disc fucking 4. Now I'm gonna end the stream here, and we can do disc 4 next time I stream Legend of Dragoon.
Just save in disc 4, please.
Well, it saved at the end of disc 3. I actually alternated a save there just to be sure. Oh, cutscene. No, it's not a cutscene. It's just the title card. We're going to take a little bit of a tiny little bit of a peek at disc 4, but we're not going to go too far into it. Man, I am so happy that we got to disc 4. Holy shit! Oh.
Where the fuck is this courier at?
Where's going backwards take us?
Oh, I forgot it starts its own quest. God damn.
Oh, there's a save point right there, too.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Just make sure you save in disc 4 so it's a guaranteed thing, you know?
Oh yeah, I'll run back up to that save point. Next time, I'm probably going to start from the end of disc save, but if that doesn't work, I'll just load up this save.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, I think that's everything for the stream today. There's not much. The fuck? Oh. It's just an enemy. Anyways, yeah, this is where I'll be ending the stream today. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night. Thanks for coming out, everybody.
I just realized I forgot to record this entire stream, so I'm gonna have to download it from the channel to re-upload it later. Rip.
Oh, yep. Big old rip.
Anyways, yeah. Have a good night.